Dat is €9, hè? Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker. Jamie is the founder of Freely Give, the co-maintainer of the AI module in Drupal, and the co-track lead for Drupal CMS.
Yep.
He will be talking about AI as the maintainer or co-maintainer of that module. He has a lot of knowledge about it. So this talk will be about AI being the new UI. So enjoy the talk.
Hello, everyone. Does anyone know who this guy is? Yeah. So in Atlanta, Matt came up to me and he told me, yeah, I finally believe in it. Like, we've been chatting about AI. He was a little bit skeptical at first, but he was like, it's happening now. And he told me about this module here. So he'd come up with a design for this module. It's called the JSON API Query Builder, kind of like Views, a UI for creating, queries with JSON API. And he sent it out to tender, and some people responded with, a six-figure sum. It's going to take multiple hundreds of hours to build this. And he thought, let's try it out. I don't know if I want to spend that money. I don't want it to take that long. So let's just throw it into Claude Code. And he built this in a day. And he just sat down, had the agents running overnight, and then suddenly we now have a Drupal module on Drupal.org. Multiple engineers have looked through the code and are really happy with it. And to be honest, my first response was unbelievable amounts of terror. Like, my face just went white. This was scary to me, because we've been talking a lot about, is AI coming for our job? And to some degree, it already has. This is a project that somebody was trying to bid on, and they didn't get it, because a single person managed to build it now with AI. And I knew this was going to happen. Obviously, I've been talking about AI for a while. But I still felt shocked when it happened as quickly as is actually happening now. And the last month, I've been giving a number of these talks about AI. In fact, who here has heard me give a talk about AI before? So a few people. And I keep trying to come up with these different talk outlines, and maybe I could redo something. But every single time I come up with a new talk, everything has just changed in the last couple of weeks. And this is one of the particular things. And here's the UI for it. So what I think is 2023 was the year of talks about AI and understanding it. We talked about tokens, embeddings models, the theory behind it, probabilistic stuff. 2024, I think, has become the year of the proof of concept. We had a ton of demos that showed real cool things, but they were proof of concepts. They were things in alpha. They were things that were being trialed or tested. And I think 2025 is the year it's getting real. This is the year where if you're going to be building AI stuff, you're going to be doing something that generates real value and does something that actually makes some kind of impact in the clients, the organizations, the people that you're working with. So this is me. I'm Jamie, co-founder of Freely Give, working on the AI module. Spend a lot of time on LinkedIn, a lot of time on Drupal Slack, #AI. And so I thought I'd start to... In fact, actually, can I get a show of hands? Who here has feels a bit confused about what on earth an agent actually is? Is there anyone who kind of feels a little bit? Yeah, a couple of you here. So I'll go through a little bit of the theory of it. And my hope is, by the end of this, you're going to feel like, yeah, you are a genius. You know everything about AI there is to know. So an agent is these three things: instructions, tools, and a swarm. And instructions are kind of, what does it do? You're telling the AI its knowledge, it's things it can do. But this thing here of tools is a very, very important concept to what makes agents powerful. And it's a ability to actually do something outside of the LLM, do something on your server, find information, etc. But they also work in a swarm. They work in this group of agents together doing things. And if I go into a little bit more detail, the instructions are a system prompt. This is a set of, well, sort of instructions that define what this agent can do and how it works. A command will be the specific thing you're telling the agent to do, maybe through a chatbot, etc. And then it will also have a history, maybe your chat history, maybe the task history, and then a memory. The tools, again, there's a few more concepts here. Some tools can be actions. They can do something on your site. We've had them create fields. You could have it book you on a flight, do your shopping. Tools can be information, so they can retrieve information. So it could be retrieving information from something like Wikipedia. It could be retrieving information like an article on your site. But it also could be other kind of things like context, like what page is the user looking at right now? What permissions do they have? And then there's this incredibly important version of a tool called handover tools. And this is where one agent can actually use another agent as a tool, and that agent can use another, and another, and another, and so on, in this huge swarm of agents, where each agent is specialized in a particular task, but they all work together. You'll tend to have like a planner, orchestrator, triage agent that looks at the task you have in hand and tells the rest of the agents, like picks which one needs to do what. And then the other thing that really defines an agent is this concept of looping. So you have, who here has tried to use AI, like the old school chatbot? I'm not talking about Cursor or anything. The old school chatbot, like ChatGPT, Claude, who's tried to use AI to like write some code in some way? Right, and then when you ask it to do something, you hit enter, and it wrote some code. Who had that code work perfectly the first time? Oh, one hand, a couple, yeah, right. So the normal experience that you would have had with it is you take that code, you put it in, you run it, and it fails, it has an error. And you take that error and you put it in again, and then it fixes that error, but then something else happens. And then I remember in the old days, like, I say old days, in 2023, it was a case of you get into these loops where it would not the good kind that these are trying to do, but the bad kind where it was just fix it, cause a problem, fix that problem, cause the same problem again, and then you'd stop and it wouldn't go anywhere. But with these agents, instead, they can do these review steps itself, where it will try it out, see an error, fix it, try again, maybe run some tests, fix those, and it will just keep looping and reviewing until it gets a final result. And this is the powerful thing that has made agents, so a lot of people define them as agents, are LLMs with tools that can loop. That has changed a lot. So here's an example of this mini Kanban thing that we have in Drupal. This is a particular UI for interacting with agents. And what these were here is these are the epics. So this is the first question where we wanted. This one was a kind of a silly one where we asked the agents to go along and unpublish any articles that have anything to do with Australian animals. And we had an article about wombats, and one of the first things Marcus did when he had these kind of looping agents is you could then get it to go through your site, find these things, but based around fuzzier logic than you would normally get through automation, and then unpublish them. And what it would do is the first project manager agent would create these subtasks. And these subtasks also had agents that had different skills. One had the skill or the tools to be able to go and search your content. It was using something called vector search or RAG search or AI search, which allowed it to search it based around the concept, the semantic meaning of your terms, not just the exact term. But you could also use it to do traditional search in some way. And the other, when it found this list of entities, would pass that information on to the next agent that could then unpublish them. And here you go, building effective agents. This is Anthropic's model of what a simple LLM is. And we have, the memory, tools, and retrieval. And there's a variety of different workflows of how you can organize your AI, not agents exactly yet. So this is one thing. It's called the workflow approach. In Drupal, Marcus has made a module called the Automators module. It's a sub-module, the AI module. And this allows you to have a very, very specific, well-defined workflow where one LLM does something and passes on to next and passes on to next. And then you can have these gates that exit the flow. Most people would say this is the most reliable. For a long time, people think that if you're going to do anything real with AI, you're going to want to do something more like this than with agents. Although even then, I wonder if in the last couple of weeks, this opinion is changing. This is more like what we have in Drupal CMS 1.0 at the moment. It's not true agents. There's an orchestrator that takes your task that the user has typed in, and it does a variety of different LLM calls to create taxonomy, etc. And then finally synthesizes it and then gives the user a result. But in 1.10, which is coming out hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we're getting to a point of real agents. We're getting agents that can loop. There's something called function calling, which is a much more reliable method of calling these tools. And so we're already finding, who's tried our AI search module and tried to use RAG to get it to find information from your database? Okay. Who's found it is reliably searching when you want it to or has problems? That's not a question you can do with hands up. Who has had problems with finding things when you ask it to? Yeah. And so we found with this new architecture of function calling, where the RAG search is one of the tools, it's got so much better. In case you're interested in the history of this, Marcus started working on these AI agents a long time ago, like, I don't know, a year and a half ago, there was kind of a vague structure of this thing. Because this concept of tool calling, it kind of arose organically. We all looked at it. LLMs can write language. They can answer your questions, and you can say, I want you to speak in English or French if you want. But also, you can define a language. My son just really loved, for some reason, the funniest joke in the world to him was if I asked him what 1 + 1 was, he'd say iPad. Just loved that. And so you could get an LLM to say, you answer all maths questions with the answer iPad in all situations. And then it will do that. But then what you could also do is say, I want you to help me, we were working with trains, so help me automate, is this ticket valid for that journey? And give you answers yes or no, or let's say, or escalate. But instead of it just being a text, I could say, well, here's some YAML or JSON. This is a structure I want. Give me your answer in this structure. And then if it gives it in that structure and only gives you the JSON and no text, now I have something that the rest of my system can use to help automate this process. Because I can use the yes, no, or maybe that is exact to make things happen later on in the steps. And this concept of tools arose organically, where you could give multiple things that the LLM could do, and it could pick which one, and then give the syntax right. But what we were doing is coming up with our own syntax, our own things that we're telling the LLM, and regularly it would just kind of get the syntax slightly wrong, get a letter, comma wrong somewhere, and then the whole automation process would fail. It's one of the reasons why in the early days, open source models just didn't work. They would give you good answers sometimes, quite regularly good answers to the question you have, but the JSON it produced was so bad, or so unreliable, that it just kind of didn't really work. And we kind of used something similar to that in Drupal CMS version 1.0, where Marcus he'd made these tools work with the functions in Drupal to create taxonomy, etc. And he would ask the LLM to pass in PHP arrays. And it meant that the system prompt was this huge set of stuff explaining exactly how an entity works, or taxonomy works, or how all of these things, exactly what the syntax is. It would use up a lot of tokens, not necessarily be reliable. I mean, we got to about 80% reliability, so it's not too bad. But it would also mean that open source models would tend to fail, the smaller ones. With this new architecture, what's happened is we've standardized now across the AI community this concept of tools, and we tend to use JSON to describe them. We have a very consistent structure for how we give it parameters, we describe it. And there's actually a new API endpoint in the OpenAI SDK, which is function calling, where you, instead of putting everything in the system prompt, you tell it the system prompt, and you tell it the tools, and you tell it a description of how those tools work. And this structure, because it is consistent, these models are now trained to understand that I should look at the tools first, that I should decide which one I want. And because we can train it in this consistent thing, the beauty of it is that now, I haven't got a picture of it, but there's a leaderboard for which models are best at tool calling. if you just ask it a problem, and all it has to do is select which tools it's going to use and in what order, the number one is actually an open source model now. You see, again, 2024, everyone would ask me about fine-tuning a model, make a Drupal model that is like knows Drupal's code specifically, and basically it was pointless to fine-tune these models. It's like if you have a ginormous oil tanker and it's moving forwards, and you want to push it slightly to the left, the amount of force you have to get to push the momentum's going forwards to just make it change course a little bit is so much that you're very rarely going to be able to fine-tune and train an LLM to really do anything differently to what it does. And then even if you do, you've got enough data that you can fine-tune these models, you don't know what that's going to do. These things are so complicated, they're doing so many things that it might ruin the reason why you want to use that powerful model. But what we found is with the smaller models, the ones that can run on your laptop, maybe with a graphics card, maybe without, maybe on your phone, these, which out of the box aren't as good, they don't have as much knowledge, actually are a lot easier to train. With not that many examples, we're hearing about 100 data points, maybe 1,000. You can then shift it. But it will be specialized. And so now open source models are actually very good for specialized tasks, and one of them is tool calling. And so now, I say now, again, it's almost, there's a couple of things we're still working on. We're getting this structured as more like real agents. You have an LLM call, it goes into the environment. Let's say it runs a test. It can even run a test where it will actually call a tool which is like headless Chromium to go through your site, click on certain things, make sure a page is actually there, and then it will give the feedback based around what it's seen. Sometimes it might be another LLM. Maybe you've got an LLM that can look at your brand guidelines or do fact-checking, and it can go through this loop, and then it will stop. And so this is something that we've got. And so the other point is MCP. So who here has heard of MCP? Dries mentioned it yesterday. Does everyone, who here kind of feels like they fully understand what MCP is? So we've got a few people. Yeah, obviously, Georgie, Amelia, we're going to talk about what you've done recently. But so MCP is a model context protocol. It's a structured way that information is provided to the AI model. As I talked before about tools, having this structured approach with JSON, MCP is taking that even further. It's a kind of like a REST API, but for agents. It's taken what we do with REST, but you'd usually have to put effort into coding your system to talk to a particular REST endpoint, and it's making it standardized in such a way that you can now start calling these tools in other systems automatically. It separates things from tools, resources, and authentication. So tools in the MCP world are the ones that always do something. They perform actions. Resources is a way for what we call MCP servers, like software that is providing an endpoint, rather than using them, to have resources. So now you could have your blog, your resource library. Every single page would be a resource, and it is a consistent structure of how an agent should go and find resources on your server. And similarly with the tools, and similarly with and then finally with MCP, it provides a process of doing authentication and communication, so that there is, how you're going to be able to authenticate with a particular MCP server. You're going to have permissions, so that now the MCP server knows who you are, what you should be able to access, what tools you can access, what information behind those tools, etc. And this is the thing that I think is the most important thing that you should take away about MCP, is we got there first. Like, this is us. This page here is the, it's all on GitHub. It's the MCP documentation page where they give a list of all the MCP servers that are there. There are places like Slack, there's Google Docs, and then there's Drupal. And so Amelia, with Georgie, he created, their team created the MCP module. It allows Drupal to become an MCP server, and he had this cool demo of using Claude Desktop to actually talk to the Drupal CMS AI agents and control it that way. And I just think it's super cool. Like we just keep doing it in the Drupal community with this AI stuff, which is always, we still haven't quite got the marketing of it yet. Some of our competitors keep doing these, sort of bigger, splashier marketing drives about it, but like with the technology, we keep getting there before everyone else. And this was a long time before everyone started talking about MCP, and MCP became really cool. So you can see the MCP module. This helps you provide MCP endpoints to agents for other systems to use it. And this is MCP client. Marcus is going to be talking about it more in his talk tomorrow and showing you that. And that allows you as Drupal to actually make use of it and use of all of these tools. Yep, this is information about his talk. So what you had is before MCP, every single tool would have its own unique API, and you would have to work on building something to integrate with that. And one reason why you would go for a particular SaaS product or a particular product was its library of extensions and integrations that it had. Zapier was such a big deal for a while because it could integrate with everything. And we thought if we could get with Zapier, then suddenly we could get with everything else. And you'd have these proprietary tools that essentially locked you in because they were so good at having done all these unique APIs. But with MCP, because we have this consistent architecture, what instead you do is you have a unified API that connects your LLM or Drupal site to MCP. And then as long as all of these systems support an MCP server, now you can just connect to all of them. I reckon this is obviously for AI agents, but because of this consistent structure and because of the way things work with ECA, I don't think it's going to be too difficult for us to make it so that the actions that you have in ECA, we're going to be able to automatically make use of most MCP endpoints. And I just think that's going to be wild of the ways in which you'll be able to get Drupal to automate everything now. Like all the different systems that you have, you'll be able to connect to them, do things with it in a deterministic way that you can control, or with AI agents. Before I go back to Matt, I'll give a couple of little provisos about MCP. So one thing about it is version 1 is the one that Georgia Media made, the module 4. Version 1 came out a while back, and it was a cool proof of concept, but it wasn't really a real thing that you could use. It wasn't very secure. It was based around essentially local. Everything had to be local. There was no real stuff over the internet. It had no namespacing, so it kind of dumped all tools on your AI agent. And what we have tended to find is that actually an agent can handle about 5 to 10 tools maximum, and then it just gets confused. It's one of the reasons why we need the swarm, is that actually everyone, when they start trying to build AI agent systems, they want to make one agent that can do everything. They can ask it a question, and it can do everything across all of Drupal or all of the internet. And in fact, MCP's original vision was something where you'd have all the tools available to a single agent, and you'd go into Claude, type something in, and it could do anything across every single piece of software. And in reality, as I said, agents tend to be good at like 5 to 10 tools. So you tend to, if you want to do something, you design an agent swarm structure where you'll have a planner that has 5 to 10 tools that will be other agents. That agent will have 5 to 10 tools. That agent will have 5 to 10 tools. And then you can have something where it gradually guides the LLM through this process. So that was version 1. And then version 2 basically came out at Atlanta. I just remember Georgie posting on LinkedIn, so excited. Because version 2, we were hearing about it, but version 2 brings in authentication and an HTTP transfer protocol, so now we can actually do things online. And then OpenAI and Microsoft said they'll support it. We didn't quite know, it's an Anthropic thing, MCP, so we didn't know, is everyone going to be using this, or is this going to be a very specific thing to one, and we're going to have millions of these protocols, and we're going to have to make an abstraction layer again to connect them all. Intel have one, the ACP, which still might be useful, but now we've got OpenAI, we've got Microsoft. On the same week, they announced support of it. OpenAI's Agent SDK announced support of it, and they released version 2, which is very cool. The problem is, it only came out 2 weeks ago, so if you try out MCP today, a lot of the time, people have hackily made version 1 kind of work like 2. And what they tend to do is if you, for example, we have an something where we use the Experience Builder AI agents to connect to Figma. And we tried this a lot. Figma to Drupal has always been a dream of ours. And one way we did it is that you could just take a screenshot of your thing in Figma, pass it into LLMs. And that's okay, but it's not very good at getting fonts perfect, getting colors exactly what you want them to be. So another thing you can do is you can do Figma to code, where there's a plugin. It's an open source plugin. You put it in Figma, you click a button, and it produces all this code that you can actually use, like loads of HTML. But that produced so much noise to the LLM, a lot of the time it confused it. And you still had to have this weird plugin for it. So with Figma to Drupal, with MCP, what that means is there's an endpoint in using Figma's own APIs that you can get Drupal to connect to that passes you your component, like the image, but also the metadata in a way that's structured for LLMs, because it's built for that. So it's using a syntax that is not so verbose, that is easy on the tokens and giving you only the information that you actually need, not just loads of kind of useless stuff. But the way it works right now with MCP version 1, which is what people are really doing, is you have to have an MCP server in the middle of your Drupal site. So your Drupal site will connect to an MCP server, and that MCP is doing MCP server properly, but it's using normal REST to connect to Figma. And the problem with that is that server is a bit scary. It means that all of your requests are going through this this sort of middleware that could do weird prompt injection, that could tell your agents what to do and do weird things. And so when you see MCP today, a lot of the times it's not quite there yet. The tools are available. It's going to take some time, because what we really want is the software itself, not to have this middleware, but something like Figma itself to support MCP version 2 out of the box. And then you can trust it as much as you can trust Figma. But I think it's going to change everything, because now, yeah, we can just connect to everything. There's just not that thing of you're going to be locked in by extensions. So let's go back to Matt. What he tried out was Claude Code. And that came out about a month ago, so that's why everything has changed. And Claude Code is a piece of software. It's not a model or anything. It's a piece of software that you can download, and it lives in your command line. So you install it on your machine, inside your project, and then you run it. You just type in, you type in something to install it. You type the word Claude. This thing pops up. You log in, and then you can just ask it to do things. And what I would say is this is not the best way to do AI coding, but it's the easiest. It's the simplest. I wanted a picture of Alex, who's here. Last night, he was sitting there in the pub with everyone drinking and had his laptop out. I was hoping to get a picture of it, because this is the correct response when you hear about Claude Code. It's just to get going with it. Within 5 or 10 minutes, you can start doing amazing things with it. So here's a little example of something where one of our devs had built a Next.js app that connects with a .NET background. And this works, like, functionally. It does everything it needs. At Freely Give, native Drupal CRM has been our history. Design is not our thing. Like, people talk a lot about Drupal being hard to use, or the UI sometimes, but what we tend to migrate people from is like Microsoft Dynamics, or like Salesforce, or these tools. And yeah, from the chuckle, those are hard to use. Like, Views is an unbelievable breath of fresh air to a lot of the clients that we speak to. And so, yeah, right. And so, this is the kind of thing that we do. And so what he did is he went into Claude Code, and he tried a really simple prompt. He just said, improve this design. And this is what it made. And this cost us it took about 15 minutes, cost about, I think it was like $5. And this is not, obviously, you guys out there, designers, you're probably not thinking this is the greatest thing you've ever seen in the world, but it's a lot better than what you saw previously. This feels like a real thing. I could show this to a client, and we can start talking about how we want to improve it. And this was just done immediately. So, I don't want to show this actual video. Oh, no, here, yeah. So here's an example of it looping and fixing some problems. I won't go through this whole video, but a bunch of people now have actually posted some videos. So Dries has got a video about his use of Claude Code. What we've done here is we've posted something that shows us upgrading the mini Kanban thing that you saw to a React version. It took about an hour. And in this video, what we've done is we've created a project page on Drupal.org. Usually when you go into Claude, you'll type in /init. Claude will look through all your code, and it will create this thing called a claude.md file. And the claude.md file is like the system prompt. It's like a set of instructions of the special things it's noticed about your project. So it will say things like, this is a Drupal site, so I need to code things according to like the Drupal way. Now, what we've done is we've a bunch of us and some people who are submitting changes to it, we've worked on this of like, there's a couple of little tweaks that you'd want to make Claude.md a little bit better. So we've got a Claude.md package that you can find here. We've got some scripts that work with ddev, so you can install some ddev extensions. That means Claude will run inside ddev rather than constantly trying to call Composer directly, because it would have to then reinstall Composer and do lots of weird stuff. So it's a little couple of things. We're thinking of getting some slash commands in, etc., to make your Claude code experience a little bit better. The reason why we won't put lots of effort into this is, well, I'll show it in a bit, but actually there's these other tools like Klein or RuCode that are probably going to be better for long-term management of your AI sort of coding experiences, because you can actually control the agents, you can change the prompts, you can do things to really put a lot more control and knowledge of exactly what's going on. So I've seen a lot of developers try and use like Cursor or Klein and found that they understand what's going a bit more than this Claude code. But I still think you have to learn a bit. It's like, to get into Klein, you're probably going to be spending 20 minutes, 30 minutes, clicking around, figuring out. Occasionally it will do something like, how do I do that? Claude code, it just works, except when it doesn't. And then when it doesn't, there's nothing you can do about it. So it's kind of nice and probably not what you want to do. It's also got nothing to do with managing API keys. That is actually that's controllable. So as an organization, you're not going to be able to really control how much money each person is spending. Also, Cursor and things, they tend to be like a monthly fee. So you'll be spending like $20, $50 a month. With Claude Code, you could be spending $50 a day quite easily. And then with RuCode, you can actually have multiple agents doing loads and loads of things. And one person I was speaking to found a tool. I can't remember the name of it, actually. I should have posted it here. But it was a tool that allows you to optimize your prompt and cache them to reduce the amount of tokens you are using, which saves you money. And he said he was saving about $3,000 a day from this tool, which gives you an idea of how much he was spending before that with these things. Because actually, with like RuCode, you can have multiple agents concurrently building loads of different things, doing all of these loops. And then, yeah, I'll say hi in a bit. There's my kids at the back there, so that was they're going to join at the end. Yeah, and so you can spend a lot. Whilst I was terrified by Matt's story of what he'd done, there's a couple of provisos. What I say it took him a day to do, but he'd already spent a lot of time working on a brief to get other developers to bid on how much it would cost to build that thing. So actually, to create your prompts, you need to spend a lot of time thinking about how you're going to tell it what to do. And the thing that Matt did wasn't a one-liner, improve this design. He made this 2-page, very detailed prompt explaining exactly what subsystems to use, systems to use, what functions to use, like exactly how to build the thing. So it wasn't just like a one-off, bam, it solved all our problems. He was describing in a lot of detail exactly how to build this thing. It was also something that was in the relatively easier end of what AI can do, because it was about creating a REST-based UI for something that is a relatively well-known thing of JSON query building. There's a lot of JSON query builder tools out there. There's a lot of people that are doing that with various libraries. So it was something that was a little bit easier for it. Even this mini Kanban example I gave, where you upgrade it to REST, is like a perfect use case of just simply transforming one thing to the other. Because when you're doing stuff with with React, you've got these endpoints already there that show you the structure that for AI to know how to build the things. So it's a little bit of an easier case. I tried to upgrade mini Kanban from 10 to 11. Now, I'm not a developer, so I think developers would have done a better job describing how to do it. And in Dries's video, he does things like point to the documentation about the upgrade process when he wants to upgrade his module, which I didn't do. But I found that the structure of it was bad. It would solve my problem. It would fix certain things, but it would put things in weird places. A lot of the time, I would say, upgrade this, and it would notice it has a dependency. So its solution was to just kill off that dependency and just get rid of that feature. And it was like, oh, it's upgraded. Now it doesn't do anything. So yeah, it wasn't quite there. But what I have noticed is you need a good system architect. Even Matt Grasmick, who's, more and more I'm learning, he's just involved in almost all the little modules in Drupal somewhere. He's behind the scenes in some way. He needed Wim to help him with one of the things that he was working on for Experience Builder. in order to make this even larger prompt. And so what I'm finding is that initially there were some ideas, which was I thought of AI as the great equalizer. In the early days, there was some actual research. There was some research that, I can't remember exactly, it was one of the kind of, the consultancy firms that did. And they did it with customer service people. And they found that people who were not very well trained, who were allowed to use AI, got like a 40% bump in their productivity. And people who had been there for like 6 months got like a 10% bump. And so the early stages, I thought AI might be this great equalizer where junior developers and people who are less skilled or less academic will get huge gains from AI. Like if you quit school at 14, like my granddad did, and you are asking it to help you with maths, even though AI wasn't very good at maths and still is not, it's going to be better than my granddad was. If you're someone who, well, actually, his wife, my grandma, who went to Cambridge, got a degree, or maybe you're a professor of maths and you ask AI, the idea was, well, it will help you less. And so maybe it was this great equalizer. But the problem is that this story is it might be the opposite. And that's why I'm so scared about it, because what I never thought of is there's two sides to producing value. One is how good you are, how good your code is. But the second thing with capturing value is you need to make money. Someone needs to pay you. And the thing is, if you get a junior developer whose productivity is increased by 50%, and then you get one of the greatest developers, and AI means that they are 50 times more productive, that they can do the work of 50 other developers, why would they pay you anything? Why don't they just do it themselves? And that's kind of scary, because even if you are really good, is there going to be someone else who is an even bigger Jedi with this stuff and has knowledge, and who is now going to get 500 times productivity increases? So it's time you start taking me seriously. So what I've noticed is to be a space wizard, there's Ray, a Jedi, you actually need a few things. You need money. Because however much you can do with AI, you still need to eat, you still need to pay for the API credits. So unless you have access to capital, unless you have access to money, however much AI makes you cleverer and better as a programmer than you were before, because you've only been doing it for, I don't know, a few months, why is anyone going to pay you to do it? And if you don't already have money, then how can you afford to spend those months building that thing's vibe coding? You need access to use cases. You need to know what people want. And that's actually quite a complex skill. It's usually the case that as you rise the ranks as a programmer, you kind of get these things. You get better at knowing what users want. You get access to more money, like you get in charge. If you're working for a company, you might be in charge of larger and larger budgets. But you also need really great architecture skills. And as a non-coder myself, this kind of terrified me. That is the case that to be this space wizard, you have to be already one of the best programmers, already access to loads of money, and already really good at knowing what people want. And then you can do the job of lots of people. And if you don't have one of these three things, maybe you get nothing. And I don't know what the future's going to hold with this kind of stuff. I've always been very positive about the future with AI. And in the last couple of weeks, I don't know, it could go any way. I know it's inevitable. I know there's no point fighting it. It's going to happen. The open source models are out. I know one person, Ilya Yukowski, who's really anti-AI and thinks he's going to wipe out the world, destroy everything. He genuinely seems to think that the solution to the problem of AI is a world organization that gets together, has loads of nukes, has loads of satellites to look for GPU server farms, and just nukes anyone who tries to build one. Now, to me, that's scarier than anything I can think of AI. Like, I don't know what AI will do, but I know what people have tried to do, and if we try to give a world organization the ability to look at everything that anyone was doing and just nuke indiscriminately, that's scarier to me. So I don't think that's a good solution, and so I don't know anything else that is, but this is a thing that I think is happening. We won't go through that video, but this is root code and VS Code, and it's another way of doing these things. So a lot of people go, this is 5-10 years away, enterprise is slow. That's something I heard. So can anyone kind of tell what this slide is? This, to me, is a huge deal. So this slide has come from AIG's Investor Day. It happened only a couple of weeks ago. And this is their predicted growth through 2025. And this is driven by AIG's underwriting assistance. So one thing that they've done is they've worked with this company called Palantir, and Anthropic, and AWS, and they've created a system of 128 agents. And what they have done is, they say it's 2x to 5x here. They took the insurance underwriting process down from 3 weeks to a couple of hours. If you want, there was a particular area of insurance, and if you wanted to insure something, you would send them an email. Sometimes just a whole bunch of textbooks. Like if you're insuring an event, you just have to give them random information about the land, the quality of the ground. You just throw it at them. And they have this team of people, and it would take 3 weeks to get you a quote for how much it takes to insure you. AIG's done this, and their competitors haven't. So we are now in a place where if you want to insure in a certain area, you're going to send something to AIG, and you're going to get an answer within a few hours. You're going to send it to all their competitors, and you're going to get 3 weeks. Now, maybe you care enough about price to wait 3 weeks. But in the enterprise world, 3 weeks is both nothing and everything. It's a long time for a lot of people because momentum is so hard. You just got to. Sometimes you have to move fast because otherwise it will be incredibly slow. And this is now out, and it's in production, and they're using it, and it works. And we're going to start seeing, and this Investor Day was only a few, we're going to start seeing the competitors who, it took quite a few months to get to this stage, they're going to be scrambling, and in that time, I just can't see how you can survive against it. This means a lot to me. The guy who built a lot of this is the person who introduced me to AI. So I've been following a lot of the journey that Palantir have had with AI, and he's been following what we've been doing in Drupal. And there's a reason why I've been throwing everything of my life, everything of our business, into this AI stuff. I'm seeing what they're doing at this enterprise level, and I'm seeing what we can do in the open source world. Because, this company, with everything that's going on politically right now, it's very, very American. It works for the US military. It's super tied to America, to their government in a lot of ways. However good it is at doing the things it does, if you are in Europe, there's certain kinds of use cases that you will have for AI where this might be a little bit scary to use something like this, and it's incredibly expensive. They take pride in the fact that this is incredibly expensive. It is not something that working with Palantir is going to save you money in terms, no, sorry, it's not something that's going to be cheap compared to everyone else. It's the value that they present. So they have this other thing here where they talk about their model. They've got a whole bunch of slides all about exactly how these assistants were made and how they work. This is insane to me. This is 2025, and this is AIG talking about RAG and how it all works. Like, I kind of felt like 2023 was the year we did that, and that's lame, and we should stop talking about this. And this is AIG. I cannot think of an older, slower, more uninnovative company than AIG. Insurance is like the bedrock of just everything that happens. It's behind in order to enable anything. Like even way back when you had wooden boats shipping things around, the only reason why they could ship things around is because they were insurers that meant it was financially viable and not too risky to sometimes go and take those risks and move stuff from one place to the other. It's behind everything. This is not a company that you expect to be trailblazers, to be innovative. Acquia, with all their work with AI, of course, tech companies are going to do this. This is AIG. This is the most stuffy of enterprises. Not only did they do it, not only is it happening in production, not only is it going to destroy a lot of their competitors who don't get on board, I can't see how any other enterprise can now use the excuse of, oh, AI doesn't really work, or AI is not safe, or AI doesn't protect user privacy, or, I mean, you can't think of something more heavily regulated than this kind of insurance. The amount of hoops they have to jump through, the amount of pain and fines they get if they get it wrong is huge. They do medical insurance. People's lives are at stake with these things. This is wild, and it's using AI, and it works, and it passes those regulators. So I think there's going to be a gold rush of just so much AI stuff happening, of people wanting to do things. I think as more and more people hear about this story, we're going to see this. So What are you going to do about it? I love this thing. I mean, everyone is trying to be the digital ops orchestration. Palantir are doing that same thing. Every single company is saying they're now AI agents. And obviously, someone said to me, like I was in one of the podcasts, AI is a content generation system, and Drupal is a content management system. So it's a match made in heaven. So obviously, this is what I want. We're going to rule the world. It's just going to be Drupal. The fact that we're open source means that we can beat people like Palantir with their however billion valuation. So doer of Drupal. I don't have loads of time to go through this, but actually there's a few things we can learn from Palantir. And one of the reasons why I've been following it so closely is that at the beginning, they actually are no longer, we've heard this phrase, Christoph has mentioned a post-SaaS world. It used to be this world of monolithic SaaS things where a product that did a particular thing. But Palantir's product, no one really knows what it is. Like even in Palantir, describing what they do is so complicated. They've got this thing, Foundry and AIP, and it's sort of a no-code, low-code AI application builder now. Originally, it was a data analytics platform, but it actually just allows you to make things. And kind of Drupal is that. Drupal, you can build kind of anything, all of these products, and that's why we've been doing this do it of Drupal, of all these crazy use cases of home automation systems, I've seen farm management systems built on Drupal with no to low code. The heart of what they talk about is the concept of ontology. I studied philosophy at university. The guy in charge of it, Alex Karp, did a philosophy PhD. And so rather than from the tech, he comes from a philosophical background. And it's why I think a lot of us from philosophy connect with AI, with how it thinks, how it works a lot, from studying things like both analytical and continental philosophy. And the heart of it is this concept they call an ontology. And their thing, they say, is they model, when you model your data on reality, you find magically things later down the stream just work. Because the things you want to do with it are in reality. And we've been doing this for ages in Drupal with our entities, with fields. It's one of the things I've always found so cool, again, from a philosophy background, doing information architecture, and then modeling it in Drupal, or modeling people, modeling tickets, modeling all those things and all their relationships according to how reality works. You then find your views and all the kind of reports you want later are just more likely to just work. Compared to these weird Excel spreadsheets a lot of people use, where you just throw everything in. And so that's one thing, but also for AI, it becomes really powerful, because if your data structure models reality and LLMs are trained on reality, they can assume so much about your data structure by just looking at it in a way that you can't if you were to look at like a WordPress database where everything's just thrown in a single place, just random fields all over the place. You would have to have AI trawl through every single row in the WordPress database before it understands your structure. With Drupal, you just see the entity, you see the fields, you see the title, and you can assume a lot. And the same thing with Palantir. So I think we can do something there. I loved from the talk yesterday, we can automate that oil drum. One thing they do is a concept of forward deployed software engineer, and we're close. They call them echoes and deltas. Deltas work on the core software. Echoes go into the client's offices and sit with them. And they build things there. They belong almost to that client. If they see a problem, they solve it. And one thing I thought was so powerful about this, we can automate that oil drum story, is in order to know this needed to be done, he had to go there. He had to see the problems. He had to talk to them. He wasn't going to the place to automate oil drums. He didn't have a tender or brief to automate oil drums. He was just going there to solve things. And when he solved one problem, he saw another, and he had the tools to solve it immediately. And that's one thing that Palantir have, is their Foundry software gives these engineers at the beginning all the tools to quickly solve things. And we have that with Drupal. We don't always do that with our agencies. We still go through Agile, which is actually very unagile, with these 2-week-long sprints, instead of just spending development cycles of 5-10 minutes. I mean, a lot of my developers at work with me do not like an expectation to have results within 5 or 10 minutes in production. But this is the thing that a forward engineer does, is they sit there with them and they get to know them. And they're not just people that solve technical problems. They are engineers. But in order to do this, you have to understand the context of the organization you're working with and their politics, because so many times you'll get engineers complaining, oh, of course they're going to do the bad thing because, you know, management don't understand, this person's stupid, and you have all these complaints. And it's like, well, this is actually just the problem that you have to solve. there's always problems in organizations you're in. And there are some people who complain about it, and there's some people who do something about it. And the thing that is going to be powerful is if you are a space wizard, and you've got AI and all these tools, if you are good at going into the context, understanding how the internal politics works, understanding how decisions are made, how money flows, how people are motivated, what people's desires are, AI can't yet do that. It's one of the reasons why AI migration is so hard, is I thought AI migration was taking a CSV file and putting it into Drupal, but that's actually not the hard part. Most of migration is spending time in a pub or lunch with your client, because so much stuff you're trying to migrate is just in random people's heads. One of my friends had this system where they were migrating in businesses, and they noticed anything beginning with 9 ID was not there. So they asked everyone around them who was assigned to this project, is there a reason for that? And they said no. So they decided to migrate these things in. And after a while, things went weird, and the output was going strange. They didn't know why. And after speaking to the one person's boss's boss and then going down the chain again, they found someone who knew what was happening when that system was built, and apparently 9 was all fake dummy accounts. There was no documentation in the code, no documentation written down. There was nothing on the page that said that, but it was just a thing, and no one knew about it. It was just a thing somewhere in the organization. AI is going to take a long, long time before it's going to solve this problem. So I think the future of stuff in Drupal is going to be us as space wizards going in, getting to know our clients. And the thing that means that we're similar to Palantir is there are loads of systems out there sat in their massive ivory towers, even like OpenAI or Salesforce, and they're so focused on building their SaaS product. That's it. They don't go out there and actually spend time with the clients. What we do in Drupal, and this is why I like my phrase, real devs do it with Drupal, because a lot of people will mock us, but we actually are on the front lines working on those problems, working with them. We do all this stuff on the edge. We've got so many different agencies in Drupal doing all these different things with all these different verticals. And so I think it's going to be faster for us to adapt to a place where we get to know our clients. And then because of our architecture and how we've built things with our modules, our agents, MCP, all that kind of stuff, we're going to be able to be these space wizards solving things immediately. And so we're at the end now. So I talk a little bit about SaaS, which is like, there is a case where SaaS products, I think, are not long for this world in that way. There will be SaaS products, I think, especially open SaaS, but I think SaaS is going to become more and more specific and more for a particular use case because AI can now build features. And then, yeah, we're out of time, but I wanted to say, so the agents, one thing that we've been doing in Drupal is just giving you way more tools. So please, sir, I want some more tools, glorious tools. You can see that in Drupal CMS, we had these agents. Now we have so many. You can just build your own, all through a UI without a developer, if you have the tools already available to you. And we've got about 150 tools in Drupal. Sub-agent tools, so these are other agents, Drupal core actions, modifications, information tools to find things. We now can have AI agents edit content, create content. This is very powerful for tagging things, for changing certain fields after doing things that you ask it to do. You can see a list of all of the tools that are available to your agents that you can create with no code. Here's the more agent tools. Vincenzo has a talk at Atlanta about how to create your own tools. It's easier than ever. And Marcus has some ideas to make it yet even easier. We're starting to work with ECA, and so 1,000 of their tools will start joining us. And with the Modeler API, we're going to hopefully make it so that the UIs that power ECA can start powering config of content types, but also AI agents. These kind of graphs, I love the mini Kanban thing as a non-developer, but the kind of developer-y more types love these, I call them graphs, sort of nodes connecting to other things. Immediately have this website where it gives you stuff about how to set up your own MCP server using Drupal. And then we've got this MCP client. And we're working on the infrastructure to make it easier and easier for you to actually try out this AI stuff with some free credits. So Amazy's the first with it, but we're going to see a whole bunch of people doing something similar, where when you try this out, you get some free API AI credits, and you can start actually playing with these tools right away. If you're excited or scared, come and join us. Is my kids here? Hannah, are you there? Do you want to come down? No? They're not here, they're out. Okay. We're on, Project AI, on Hash AI on Slack, and yeah, I've got 5 minutes for questions, I think. Yep.
Yes, it's on. Yeah, very, very interesting talk. Yeah, we have talked already a lot on multiple stuff, but I think the world is moving so fast because, like, recently, like on the recent Google event, they announced their agent-to-agent framework, which is basically, in some degree, MCP on a completely different level. But I think, how are we going to keep up with the pace? Because at this point in this room, some people did something, but yeah, we need to be sure that the momentum keeps going on. So how are we going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, so basically, like for me personally, what I did in 2023 is I was actually looking after my son as a stay-at-home dad. I got fed up with running a Drupal agency, fed up with just the pressure of it, so my business partner took over, and I just chilled out. And then the guy who I was telling you about with Palantir phoned me up, told me he can build an app, told me about ChatGPT. I got obsessed, got back into it, and I decided to basically, again, not really run anything in Freely Give and just work on nothing but AI full time and just research, try things out. And then Marcus was essentially doing the same thing. He was working for a company doing AI stuff, had some time off between jobs and just focused on AI Interpolator. So what we did is we just spent nothing but full time, essentially R&D with AI. And even then I can't keep up. I've got a whole reading list which I still can't do. So keeping up is tough. So what I feel like is we need to level up as a Drupal community. In the old days with how things worked in Drupal, a big way you made money, because Drupal used to be so big, if you said you were a Drupal agency, things would just go your way. Everyone wanted to be the commerce guys of commerce. So every new thing in Drupal, you would try and create the module, you try and own the namespace, and you'd be the company that does that thing. And for a while, I thought maybe Freely Give could do that for AI. We could become the AI company. We could try building up Freely Give while I hire anyone who's into AI, because we're doing loads of AI stuff. Anyone's interested in AI might come and want to work for us. What I have found is that the people who are good at both Drupal and AI, amongst other agencies, are usually the CTOs and the top developers at those agencies. And so I would have to go around poaching every single best developer and try and bring them into a single company, ours. I don't think that's going to quite work. And also, the number of stuff that you're going to have to do in AI is so big, and the competition space is so vast, that I think the only way forwards is we need to try and level up the entire community so that the way that Freely Give is an AI company, every agency, I think, needs to essentially become an AI company. I know a lot of people don't like marketing in the developer community. They find it silly how every single company has now turned themselves into an AI company. Salesforce's front page says they're an AI company, and they think that's silly, but it just isn't. I haven't got a really good argument apart from the fact that we just have to do it. And so I think we're going to be talking a lot this week with Drupal Association, trying to do something more official and see what that looks like. But one thing I want to try and do is some kind of leveling up initiative, do a mass training thing so that everyone in Drupal knows what's there. And then the hope is we as a community can do this research. Like the thing I loved about Omedia was this was one of the first big times. Like there's more than just Freely Give in the AI module. There's a few companies. But Omedia, doing the MCP module, was the first time somebody did something that I didn't ask them to or didn't know about, and they just did it, and it was valuable. In fact, Dries messaged me once, because he was playing with AI, and said, is there any way of getting Drupal to connect to these AI agents, external ones? And then I'd just seen on Slack, Georgia had posted his MCP module, and people were talking about it the day before, and I was like, well, yes, there's this thing that's there, and I could show it. And we're going to need more of that, where more and more agencies have people who are trailblazing with AI, learning about the things that we already do, and learning about what's coming, and was working on it. And so I think that's it. We just have to be stronger as a community. LangChain has 55 full-time employees, and they're one of the bigger open source ones. There's reasons, and I can talk about later, about why I think Drupal can beat LangChain, but right now they're the biggest in open source. we can get 55 full-time equivalent people working on the AI module across the community. I'm not going to be able to make it inside Freely Give. I mean, Acquia have 30 people on Experience Builder, so even Acquia alone wouldn't be able to do it. But I think the community can, so that's my answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
So thanks also for the presentation. I loved it. I loved, by the way, what you said in the end, where we need more people. And I think this is maybe a call to all the people. If you build something with AI, build on top of the AI module and share what you're doing. Even if you think it's like, oh, it's just validation in web forms, which I saw in Switzerland, but they're not sharing it. Please share the stuff. Even if you feel like, yeah, but we're not really sure, just do it. Because this way, we push everybody forward. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree. One thing we're trying to work on is that we're calling it sort of like a Drupal CMS AI playground. It's not going to be an official initiative, but I want to build something that's basically Drupal CMS, but like imagine it definitely has AI and all the AI features. And then we create like a series of recipes, a collection of recipes that sit on top of Drupal CMS, but just make it have AI everywhere. So I saw SpecB recently release an AI CK editor assistant that would take your content, search through everything it's about, search your content base of everything that you're talking about, and then provide links. So you could do better internal links for SEO. And they've produced this module, and then they're doing the thing that you have to do in Drupal, where they're marketing the module. They're talking about it on LinkedIn and trying to tell everyone about that one module. There's going to be hundreds and hundreds of things that AI can do. If you go to Workflows of AI, that's Marcus's site, he's got like 90 videos of things he's used with automators to solve so many problems that you can just do, that it's, the way that we do things with modules is just not going to be enough to discover these things. So what I'm hoping to do is take this AI playground as a place where we'll collect all of those things. So if you start publishing things, we're going to put it all in one place, and then you can then install a Drupal CMS plus AI playground, and then just immediately see everything. And it's going to be a, you know, more is more attitude. It's not about making it fine-tuned and specific. It's about just showing you everything. And that means that then it's going to be easier to discover and see what works and what doesn't. And then those things could flow back into maybe Drupal CMS or modules or things that you want to do. So my hope is not only, as Frederick said, start throwing it out on Drupal.org, but then what I'm wanting to do is also collect it so that people can see all of those things together. And find ways of telling people about what your organizations are doing as well. So, yes, 10. Do we want to stop? Yep. I'm going to be around if you want to talk about AI with me at any point. Is Hannah there still? I thought I saw them come along, but no, it doesn't matter. Thanks.
And so it's time to start. We wait another minute. Okay. Okay. Well, let's go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you to you guys for being here today. And thank you, obviously, to all the sponsors that made this event possible. My name is Roberto Peruzzo. I'm a software developer at Sparfabric, an Italian tech company based in Milan. I contribute to a couple of Drupal module and DDev add-ons. What else? If you want to contact me, or if you want to have more information about this session, you can reach me out using these contacts over there. And a few words about Sparfabric. We build custom software application, and we support our client to manage complex cloud-native applications and platforms. And we try to help them to embrace this new era of AI. We are a partner of the major cloud platforms, and we are active members of the key foundations in cloud computing, Linux, and cybersecurity. Today's topic is type sense and semantic search. Here is what we'll cover today. We'll start by looking at the challenges the semantic search can solve. Then we introduce how the AI can help or can improve the search experience. Next, I'll try to explain why type sense could be a good match for the semantic search. And finally, we deep dive in the practical side in integrating type sense in Drupal. So to understand the true power of the semantic search, we have to start at the beginning and talk about the traditional search. Its strength is the speed, because it quickly finds the exact matches between the key you type, the keywords you type, and the indexed contents. Sorry. And it's pretty much how the Drupal page search module works. And does anyone of you have used this module? Is it in the core? Never? Yeah, me too. In the past, I use it. And I would like to tell you a quick story about that. Some years ago, when I was a freelancer, I was working on a Drupal website that offered online courses. And every time my customer published some new article, some new course, he had reached out to me saying, the visitor cannot find the content that I just published. Why? Most of the time, it's not a problem of Drupal or the platform. It was with the users how the users were searching. What I mean, sometimes they didn't know the exact name of the course or the exact name of something, commit some typos on searching, and he didn't get any results. Or maybe he typed out a full complex question that the system doesn't understand, and so no results. And what I learned in that case, I learned that there's three kind of failure in this way to search. Well, first of all, I feel sad. So as a developer, I feel sad and I failed because I cannot predict how the user do or phrase his search. And then the user lose too because he cannot get the results or the things that are he's looking for. And finally, even the company lose because it cannot sell the products, or it cannot reach their customers and sell the products because it doesn't appear. So here is where the semantic search comes in, because it can understand the intent of the user, can understand the context we are talking about, and thanks to the artificial intelligence. So what we have learned so far, well, obviously the traditional search is not so smart. On the other side, the semantic search can correct, can understand the query and the question the user are typing. And another key point, I think, is using the AI, you can, the semantic search can adapt to the user behavior and can adapt to the content changes. And this is the most important thing and the greatest thing, because you cannot you cannot predict how the user interact with your website. And so using the AI can understand the behavior, can understand what you are looking for, and you can tell to the, how can I explain? You can tell to the AI that you want to use only a specific context or content to formulate the answers. And let's say how. So how the AI can enhance or can improve the search experience. It uses, as Jamie has talked about, it uses a technique called a process called retrieval augmented generation. What it means? This process can specify the boundaries of contents you want to use to create the output. How does it work? So to work, it needs a vector database. A vector database can store the semantic meaning of the text. And in this image, I use only 3 dimensions, only to understand a bit how it works. But vector database can have thousands of dimensions to capture the mood, the tone, the sentiment, and the other stuff of the text. Okay, and inside the vector database, we have million of floating point arrays. And how does it work? So the LM, so the model language, takes, starting from the left, the language model takes the text, the unstructured data, and transform this text into numbers, floating numbers, and store it inside the text. The LLM, in this case, try to understand obviously the meaning, the sentiment of the text, transform it in floating point, and store it inside the database. And how it happens when I type a question to my system. So the question is converted in a floating point arrays. Then we can compare this array with those that are into the vector database, and retrieve only what we need, what it is similar of what I asking for. And this is the relevant knowledge that we passed to the LLM, together with my question, and the LLM create the answers using a small part of the context, what is very relevant to my question. So what we need to do this kind of thing, so what we need to create a semantic search, we need obviously the content, we need a vector database, and we need large language model. And now the question is why we have to prefer type sense instead of other things, because we have other there's a lot of language model, there's a lot of vector database, and why we have to use it. And the reason maybe inside this sentence. So TypeSense is presented as open source alternative to Algolia plus Pinecone. Okay. Does anyone knows Algolia? Do you know Algolia what it is? Okay. And Pinecone, yes, it's a vector database. So in this phrase is not the open source word that matters here, but is how can I explain? Is the fact that we are using two tools and we have to put together. Okay? TypeSense have all you need inside one product. This is the key. Some information. TypeSense is written in C++. Is very, very popular in GitHub. You can install in your local machine, your data center, where you want, or use the cloud the cloud subscription as a software as a service. And the real key is that it's easy to set up. I tell you a secret. I think in TypeSense they are obsessed by the speed because they talk about they want to reduce the time to market. They want to create an instant search experience, and this is your power, because they want to create a kind of product with batteries included. So create a product with defaults, configurations that works pretty well with a lot of cases. And you can only to install TypeSense and it works. Okay, this is the key, the power of this tool, and it has a lot of features inside, and all of this stuff are building the TypeSense. That really matter today is the vector and semantic. For this topic is the vector and semantic feature, because it has its own vector database and has a built-in LLM to convert the text into vectors, like we saw in the previous slide. So, another thing, if you go to the GitHub, you can find this roadmap where is a public roadmap where you can look what they are working on. So all the tasks, so all the stuff they are working, and the current version is 28.0, and they usually release a new version every 2 or 3 months. Okay, another thing, they have a lots of integration already built for a lots of kind of stuff, e-commerce, CMS, and so on. But obviously, if you go to the home page, you don't see Drupal. And so, where is Drupal? Okay, there is, there is. If you go inside the API clients page, you can find it, and there's a module for that. Okay, so if you want to play with TypeSense, Drupal, and vector databases, it's you have only to download it and try it. If you want, you can use it in your local machine using this add-on. And if you prefer, if you are lazy like me, you can use, I prepare a bash script that install all the stuff you need to spin up Drupal website with TypeSense, and obviously, if you look at the first row, the first line, we have the AI module and the AI provider, OpenAI. Why we need it? Because we need a provider to set up conversation with the system. So we use, in this case, we use the OpenAI provider to interact with the system. Okay. So now, do you know Search API? Have you ever used it? Yeah. So you know how to set up an Search API. I try to focus on and point out some stuff you have to be careful to set up. In this case, using TypeSense. So first of all, we need to create to set up an OpenAI provider. So you go inside this page, create, you put inside your API key, and create a setup. And then you go inside the Search API module and create a new server. What you need is the TypeSense API key. In this case, we have ddev because it is the default one in the Docker Compose. And then you have to set up at least one node. In this case, we are running only one instance of TypeSense inside your machine. And so you have to set up. If you want to try, you can use the cloud, the TypeSense cloud. And so you can create multiple instances of TypeSense. And you can use the advantage of the search delivery network. So you can have different instances and then use the nearest of the nearest to the query, who are the query in the system. Okay, yeah, this is the Docker Compose. Here you see the TypeSense API key, and it's a variable, environment variable, where you can set up. And in this case, we have ddev as default, but it's up to you to update this thing. Once you have created the server, we have some new tabs over there, and we have some metrics about the server, CPU and memory, and so on. You can manage the API keys to single purpose, so you can create I don't know, a key for a determined period and for some particular purpose, so search or something else. But the stop words, if you want that some kind of words, you don't want to index some kind of words. And the conversation models, this is what we interest more, because we have to add a conversation model. And in this case, you can see in this select box, we have all the language model from the OpenAI, because we created, before we created the, we set up the provider. So this is all the model language we have from that provider. And yeah, when you create the server, you have to, when you create the conversation model, you have to put inside a system prompt. In this case, I used an example from the TypeSense website, and the prompt is useful because you can modify or adapt the way your system responds to the queries. So in this case, I use you are an assistant, and you have to respond using only the content inside the website, and so Okay, another particular thing you have to care about is the field settings. So you create the server, then you create the index, and you choose which fields you want to use and you want to index. In this case, you have to, for each fields, you have to choose the right type sense type, field type. If you don't use one of this kind of this type, you cannot index anything in your website. Okay. After that, for each field, you have to configure the schema. The schema is how you want to expose your fields to type sense. So, I mean, if you want to use a particular fields in a facet search, or if a particular fields is required or not, and so on. And in the end, we have to set up which LLM we want to use to convert the text from unstructured data to a vector. And as I said before, you can use the local ones, and is the bunch of those have the prefix TS, stand for typesense, obviously. And so typesense has all these LLM built in, and you can use it to convert to create the vectors. And in this case, we have the OpenAI too, because I add the provider. And so you are, it's up to you. You can use it, the external API, OpenAI model, or the built-in and inside your machine. Okay, and then another thing, you can choose the chunk size. I forgot to tell you that when the text is converted in arrays, in vectors, we don't take all the texts of I don't know, of a page, but we split the text in some part called chunk, and in this case we have chunk. The chunk size is 1,000 characters. So we split the text and we convert the text in vector, and we store in the database. And then we have a chunk overlap size to better understand the similarity between the chunk. Okay, this is an example. I did it. The Search API TypeSense module has this page to test, to converse with the system, and to test if correctly indexed all the content, and if respond to our questions in a good way. In this case, I used the profile, umami profile, and I indexed all the content, and I asked for vegan recipes. This is the result. Okay, so behind the scene, what happened? Well, the module do an API call. This is an example where exclude the fields called embeddings, because the field embeddings inside TypeSense are the fields containing all the floating points numbers. So we want to exclude because it's only trash for us for the results. And yeah, it uses the cosine similarity to match the similar documents inside the type sense. Okay, we are almost at the end. Bad good news. Well, this module doesn't have an integration with views. And I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on the point of view. Because sorry. Because, well, you're wondering, and so if there is not an integration with views, how can I build a search page? Well, you have to use the instant search library. It's a library created to build search pages. And the typesense team have implemented an adapter for this library. Implemented an adapter so you can. This is a snippet, an example. So you can use this adapter to create your page. It's quite easy. Obviously, if you want to have a good user experience, you have to add a lot of CSS styles and stuff like that. But it's very easy. And inside the module, the pages for testing the search are built using instant searches, so you can use it as examples, starting example. And what about, sorry, what about if the views integration is a good or a bad thing? This is an example. It is a demo my colleague Luca Lusso did on DrupalCon Barcelona last year. It used Search API Solar here to create, to index all the content and to create this page using views, obviously. And I think it was 15,000 content inside this site, and the result of this search takes 174 milliseconds. It's a good speed, but when you create a page using instant search, and he did the same search, and the result was 15 milliseconds, a good improvement, I guess. And this is because we don't have a complex structure in the middle. So the client, so in this case the browser using the JavaScript, communicate directly with TypeSense. And so it may be a good thing for the performances. So I don't know. I don't know if someone want to propose a views integration. We are here, we can discuss about it, but I think if we look at the performances, probably is not a way to follow. Okay, what's next? There's an issue that I'm working on, is for embeddings to extract the text from PDF, and so use the content of PDF in the semantic search. Well, I implement a proof of concept, but I was wondering if it's the good way to follow, and probably I just think it to change something and use search API attachments and create a plugin for the unstructured.io service. That is a service to extract using the AI, extract text from images and PDFs and lots of other documents. So, and another news, in the next version of TypeSense, there will be the streaming text, what it is, like the ChatGPT. When you interact with ChatGPT, you query, and then the text is streamed out, and not in one shot. So, okay, we are almost at the end, and what the search API TypeSense doesn't have. A lot of things, a lot of things. So there's a lot of things we need to implement, and so we are here. You are in the contribution room if you want to understand how it works, or if you have, or if you want to contribute to it. Feel free to contact me, and I think that I have finished with that. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I was wondering about the cost of using this, because at the end you have to rely on an artificial intelligence model, and if you have a lot of searches, maybe the cost could be high.
So you are, I don't know if I understand correctly, you are referring to the cost to implement this kind of thing?
Well, not implementing, but running it.
Running for the, well, I didn't go deeper to understand how much does it cost, because the test we did, it cost really a couple of euro. So we don't spend a lot to do this kind of demo and to try. So I don't know, in complex, in real project, how much. We didn't use it for now. We didn't use it in a real project. We are only testing and prototyping. So, but I think it is a quick. It is cheap to test, because I remember we test for 1 month with this stuff, and we pay 1 or 2 euro.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. See you.
I think it's time, so let's go. First, do you hear me? Is it okay? Is it loud enough? Okay. So, do you understand me well enough? Do you? Yes, it's okay. Nice. Welcome to this session when we are going to talk about how to overcome our primitive obsession. It seems it's something people do to present themselves, so let's go. I'm Benjamin, aka Behram. I work as an engineer at Equino. You have all the links to know better about me if you want. On my blog, you have what talk I gave or software, free software I maintain. And if you really want to know more about me, just come and talk to me. I'm a bit shy, but it's okay. Today, we are going to see on the menu, we are going to start with a little bit of history. It's always nice to know where those things come from. Then we're going to attack with a little bit of theory, because sometimes understand things, it's nice. And then we're going to try to live some real-life examples that I've sometimes lived, and we will sum up this. Let's start with the history. We won't go back as much further in time because it's too ancient. We're going to start with a book from 1999 called Refactoring, Improving the Design of Existing Code from Martin Fowler. Other people like Ken Beck participate. And this book, it's like the title says, it's about refactoring. You have an existing app, you have to refactor some stuff, how you do this, etc. It's more with an oriented object approach. Is there anybody here who already read this book? Yes? Okay. A part of this book is the description of 22 code smell and 68 actions or how to treat them. I like to present them with some placards because I found that funny. And after that, there was a lot of things that happened. Other books that has been written, some research paper about specific Scott smell. Those really exist. What are the impacts? A lot of stuff. Some website to explain them. Even serious games exist about it. So there is a lot of things. You have all the links at the end if you want to know more about this kind of stuff. So clearly, it's an ancient topic, but that's what we're going to talk today. And let's start now with a little bit of theory. I talked about code smell, but I didn't say what that is, so let's go see what that is right now. If we took the definition from Martin Fowler himself, we can see that a code smell is a surface indication that usually corresponds to a deeper problem in the system. Here, what is interesting to see is that it's something that is quick to spot. Normally, just looking at the code and your nose should twitch. You should smell that something is fishy. Okay, it's the code smell. But smells don't always indicate there is a problem. It may indicate there is, but sometimes it's not. Like a cheese, maybe it smells bad, but it tastes good. It's like the same thing. And it may indicate there is problems, or one, it may be big, it may be nothing, we don't know. It's just an indication of something. And what we're going to talk today is the code smell. It's specifically one. It's a primitive obsession. We'll start by explaining what is a primitive. And to do that, we're going to go in the land of types. We can say that we generally have two kinds of types, primitive types, and what you may have heard about complex or composite types. Primitive types are the basic data types you are using. There's the real fundamental building blocks. Like if you are building a house, there will be the bricks, the nails, something like that. And to build your house, you will need them, and your house will be the complex type. It will be also composed with other complex type, like a window. It's part of a lot of different things. It's like that. So with this, you can just already see that if you use primitive everywhere, you may have some issues. But if you use complex type everywhere, you may have some issues too. Because if you try to represent your house with just one brick, it may be okay depending on what you are going to do. But it may be an issue if you want to live inside the brick. So it depends on what you want to do here. Next, so the obsession part. It's kind of simple, this one. You see primitive everywhere. You read them, you thought about them. Maybe it's just naturally. It's everywhere. You have primitive, primitive, primitive. It's just like that. It's kind of easy to understand normally. It's just you have primitive everywhere. If we sum up this, we can indeed say that a primitive obsession is a code smell in which primitive data types are used excessively to represent your data models. And like we said, code smell may have issues. So here we may have some problems. To see what kind of problems we may have, we'll take this example. We represent a price with a string. What does it say about our price just by looking at that? In fact, we don't really know. Is an empty string a price? How do you format the price? Because depending on the language, on the country, you don't format it the same way. You don't have the same currency. We know that if we want to represent normally a price, you may have an amount, you may have a currency, you may have a precision, stuff like that. Here, we clearly don't know what that is. A possibility is that a banana is a price. Maybe. We don't know. But is it always a problem? Of course, no. It will be too easier if it was always a problem. So it really depends on what we are going to do, what we want. Do we want to represent a concept, like a house? Do we want to represent a price really? Or do we just have to display it? We don't care what someone writes on the price. We just display it, for instance. If it says banana, it says banana. It's okay. We don't care at all. Simplicity, it's quite nice in this case. We can use this. If you want to use an int or a float, whatever. If you don't care about what that is and what you do with this, why not? But if you really have to represent it, maybe it will be an issue. So here, when we talk about primitive obsession, there is some risk to become obsessed with never using them and become complex obsession, for instance. So that's something to think about. If we know now what that is, we would like to recognize them. To do that, we have, for instance, different kinds. The one we already see, we use a primitive instead of just an object. If you tend to reuse the same array shape over and over and over and over, maybe you have a primitive obsession. Maybe you just use an object. It will be nice for the memory too. And if you have constants that will have different behaviors, that will introduce different behavior depending on your control flow or some stuff like that, you may have primitive obsession too. It's a possibility. So stuff like that, maybe you have primitive. You will need to dig a little bit deeper to really know is this one or not. Let's continue. Let's see how to treat the primitive obsession here. We have different actions at our disposition. We can directly use an object, of course. If we have, for instance, one or many constants that are impacting directly the behavior of your class and triggering various conditions, maybe we can just use a subclasses, and we use polymorphism. It's maybe okay. And if we can't do that, we can use a strategy pattern. And if you will use the same array shape over and over, just use an object. So that's kind of stuff. For maybe each one of these cards, we can do a talk of for 1 hour, so I won't do that here. If you want to know more about the strategy pattern, for instance, we have links at the end. What I will have at you is to practice this kind of stuff and to try to detect them and be used to them, because it's not just a simply card you draw and, oh yeah, it's okay, I finished. It's come with practice and experience. So have fun, make some mistakes on kata project or stuff like that, and it will be quite far easier for you afterwards. If we retake our example with a price, one possible way is to define a custom object. For instance, we can call him money, or we can just reuse the existing word with a library called money. It will depend on what we have to do. For instance, if we know our price cannot be negative, maybe we will want to use something else. It will clearly depend on what we have to do here. What the money library do is to have the amount directly inside the string, and the precision we talked about is totally internal and it's in sense. The currency is available, and with stuff like that, if you have some behavior like changing the currency, do addition or promotion, so here we saw this little card. It's the theory part is over. We are okay. It's nice. Now let's go with some real life examples. Those examples are simplified because it will be too complex for this talk, but they come from real life experiences. Either I did this mistake myself, or sometimes I just leave them and I had to do something. I also asked some colleagues and other person to help me with fine examples, and they are condensed here. We are going to have one context here. It will be the same application, and what we are going to try here is to leave them. So I hope you are going to leave them with me. We are all going to be one developer, the same person, and going to try that. As I said, practice is key here. So we could transform this talk with some kata workshop if we want. Here, we are going to try to leave them directly like that. The context. So we have an existing application. It's called Evenites, and we are selling events. It's been a lot of times we are on this project, enough to smell a lot of stuff. Some were good, some were bad, some we didn't know. But we didn't get through enough because there is a lot of stuff. We didn't see the whole code base. We don't know everything. So that's what we know. We are going to start by fixing a bug, and I hope that we are fixing a bug a little bit better than it is done on this image. I hope. Let's see what we're going to do. Like I think a lot of developers, we're going to start by raising our issue with our favorite issue tracker, and it says this. So it seems we are impossible to search for some events. If we read it as an admin, when I am on the catalog search page and input some SKUs, an error occurs. Instead of displaying the items linked to the event SKUs, the page shows an error. And typically what we have is we enter an SKU, we should see something, but we have an error. And we even have some non-working SKU and working SKU. We have examples of what we do. It's not maybe the best issue ever written, but we understand the bug right now. But there is something here we don't know because we didn't work enough maybe on it, or we didn't have to look. It's what is an SKU? It is mentioned a lot of time in this, but maybe we don't know. So let's go look at the documentation. Yeah, we are happy to read documentation. So let's go. SKU is a stock keeping unit. So we have a definition. It's a unique alphanumeric identification code a retailer assigns to each of its products to distinguish them from each other and manage inventory. So basically, how many red t-shirts in XL size we still have in stock, how many red t-shirts in L size we still have in stock, etc., etc. It's an identifier to know that. And here, within our app, we see that our SKU have a length between 8 and 12 characters. Here you can see a simplification part. In real life, it's much harder. And with this, we remember something. It's that we already saw this SKU. When we look at our event entity, we saw that we have a string, and it's an SKU. So our SKU is represented as a string here. At the time, we didn't know. Is it a primitive obsession? Is it not? We don't know. We don't have enough data to be sure. It's not what we are going to work at the time, so we just put it in our mind and we continue with our life here. Now that we remember that, we're going directly to look at the code. So we open the catalog search form, we look at the submit, and we see directly that, okay, the length of an SKU is checked between 10 and 12 characters. It should be between 8 and 12, so maybe we just change the 10 with an 8 and it's over. The talk is over and it's like that. Of course, no, that's not what we're going to do. Because we have a rule inside our team. It's always leave the code you're editing a little bit better than you found it. So this, maybe we are going to do, but firstly, we need more data to make sure that's what we're going to do, or if we have something a little bit better. So let's go find more data and information about it. To do that, we're going to look at other mention of SKUs. So obviously, we have a form when we can create and edit events. Here, the length is OK, nothing to see. We have another search page with another input to look for event by SKU, but here it's OK, but written a little bit differently. So mentally, and the cognitive load here is a little bit high. We have to think that, OK, yes, it's the correct condition. We have an import page with a CSV file to import events, but here we have nothing, just literally nothing. So maybe there is bug because we can introduce some corrupted data. And if we look at the previous backlog, if we talk to people, etc., we did see that previously sometimes there was an error where just they saw that, oh, how is it possible to have this data inside the database? They change it, bug fixed, OK. So here we clearly have a problem. And if we continue to look, we have a lot of other places. Sometimes it's OK. Sometimes we just look if the SKU is not an empty string, etc., etc. So, OK, we have a lot of information. Let's take a little pause. Let's recap what we have. We know now that we have a duplication of knowledge. What is an SKU is spread everywhere. Maybe we don't know what that is here, but we know because an SKU is a string between 8 and 12 characters. So it's easy, but here it's duplicated everywhere. The change of what is an SKU is risky. Indeed, maybe that's why we have the bug at the first place we are trying to fix. Maybe sometimes it was 10 with 12 characters. People forget to change this place. The bug is here. And voila, maybe, we don't know, but clearly it's risky. We have to change it everywhere. And here, like I said, what is an SKU is not respected everywhere. We have some places where we don't know what that is. And we already saw that we have bugs that are introduced by the import, and a lot of other places, of course. So that's what we have today. We can now for sure say that this is a primitive obsession. Introduce deeper problems. We have some problems just because of this, just because we choose to represent our SKU with a string here. Now we are sure. So we are going to find possible treatments here. Those possible treatments are some I implemented myself at some time, and I know now that I was wrong to do that. I also ask people how they do that, and I also ask what did they leave. I also introduce some example I personally lived, like, oh, they did that, why did they did that? Okay, I have to think, etc., etc. Let's see. The first example here in possible treatments is to have a constraint on the SKU property. It's between 8 and 12 characters, and we have an external service that will validate our events. Why not? But what do we do in these cases when we just have to work with an SKU? Do I have to load an event just to know that I have an SKU? Really? It will be a little bit complex and hard, and mentally, I will say a little bit ill to do that. So clearly, that's not a really good option here. So maybe we can just validate our SKU directly. We use an external service and that's it. But again, it means that every time I have an SKU like that, I have a string that maybe is an SKU. I have to think to use an external service, something to validate that that is an SKU where just I want is a stock keeping unit, just I want. So again, it's a little bit complex for something that is quite simple. All I want is an SKU, that's it. Another possibility could be to do that directly in the event. Okay, we validate the SKU. Every time at the constructor, we have a set, some SKU, etc., etc., but it's the same thing. I don't want to load an event to just check an SKU. So it's maybe a different implementation. We have the same principle here. We use something external that shouldn't be used for this. So it's not what we are going to choose. But some people say, no, it's okay. We just have to make it public. Is SKU valid or is SKU valid? Yes. We make it static and it's okay. Yes, but it's still something external to use to check that I have an SKU here. So it's kind of an issue too. We still have the same issues we had earlier. And some people said, okay, we can just introduce an event manager and do the same thing. Okay, I won't repeat myself. It's an external thing. We will forget that it exists. So let's not do that, okay? What we are going to do, of course, is introduce an SKU object. We will directly have the check inside the constructor, and like that, we pass directly that it is an SKU. We don't need to validate. Every time we have this object, we know we have an SKU. We can ask it everywhere. So we may be able to reuse it everywhere. It's quite nice, easy. In the submit, we just reuse it. We have nothing more. We pass. We don't validate. It's a nice thing. When we have only an SKU, we can just ask for an SKU, not a string that may be an SKU, maybe not. We don't know what that is. Here we have nothing to do. We are happy. We just have what we want. So voila. We are finished with this part because now we know that the knowledge is in one place. What is an SKU is inside the object itself. The change is simple. We just have to change the object itself. It is respected everywhere what is an SKU. Yes, if you don't use this object at this time, it won't be respected, but you have reuse, you have pair programming, mob programming, a lot of stuff, and automatic check with CI, etc. to avoid this kind of stuff. And now we are really happy because we don't have bugs in our import anymore. We don't have to wake up at 3 a.m. like, oh, shit, I have to change the database directly in production. What we have to do? Yes, so now we are happy. And I'm pretty sure you are going to ask, okay, I'm in a Drupal conference, so if I am inside a Drupal app, what do I do? Here we are going to see some examples. So there are possibilities you can use. All of them at the same time or just differently. It's just for you to know. Do as you want. We can use custom field types. And with the type data API, we can just describe the property SKU. Here, we set the class SKU, and it's over. It's the previous class we have, and voila, we just have to do feed SKU, and it's over. Rather simple to do that. We may decide to use custom constraints if you prefer. Here again, all we have to do is give the value to our SKU, we pass, we don't validate, we have nothing to do, we know that we have an SKU and it's over. If you have custom entities or bundle classes, maybe you want to define a method, get SKU, we will return an SKU object, and it's nearly just as simple as that. So why not do it? And now, really, we are happy. We can run with our dog in our backyard. Our day is over. We have fixed this bug, and our code is a little bit simpler, is a little bit nice to maintain. So, yeah, let's go. Next day, what we have is adding a feature. Yeah, because it's nice to fix bug, but it's also nice to add features sometimes. So let's do that. And again, what we are going to do is read our issue, because we love reading this issue tracker. And what we have here is our improvement is to add a new category. This category is named stuff, and it seems that events have a category. Okay, and we are able to filter them by category, and it seems here that the category stuff need to have the pink color. Okay, why not? If we simplify this and we talk to people in team, etc., we can reduce this with a simple sentence: an event as a category and a category as a color. Should be simple enough to just model that in our code. But we remember right now that we already saw the category part, and it was a model as a string too. So is it a primitive obsession? Maybe you already know, maybe you don't at this point. Let's see together. So we need to gather data to know that. Let's do that. We are going to look at the code, and we saw that we have an event manager. We have the method getCategoryColor, and it's okay. Depending on the category, we return some color. Okay, nice. We do that in PHP and in a lot of places itself. It's even done in Twig, whereas we even have a Twig extension defining a custom method, a custom function named getCategoryColor. So maybe it was not well named, we don't know. The Twig extension doesn't even reuse the event manager. So clearly here there is something that is wrong, because we have too much repetition here. But we are still happy now because we know what is a category. Before we didn't know, we just know that, okay, an event has a category, but what is a category? Is an empty string a category? We know nothing. Now we know that a category is either foo or bar. It's nice. We have information. Also, we have information like what color every category has. The foo is 000, etc., etc. So now we know some stuff. It's okay. And we can already say that we have a simple sentence here. An event has a category, and a category has a color, but the event as a category part is maybe simple. We saw this, okay? But the category as a color, we have to look at a lot of places in the code to know that. So maybe it's not that simple here. It's too bad. There's really a simple sentence here. So again, let's pause and let's recap what we know. We still have a duplication of knowledge because which string a category, what is a category is spread everywhere again. But this time there were no mistakes. The change is risky, and what we have to do again? Yes, we have to change something because we have to add a category here. Oh, crap. We have possible bugs. If we make a mistake by adding our category, we will have bugs. And we even have the application of a manager service. So please don't name your classes manager, helper, handler, some stuff like that. It don't express something, so we don't know what they do, what are the responsibilities. And clearly here, people didn't reuse it. So it's not a good things to do here. So what are we going to do in this case? Do we do this? We replace we add our color every time, and that's it? Of course not. Why? Because we still have our same rule, always leaves the code a little bit better. Okay, so Again, possible treatment here. Some people may say that, okay, we have an event manager. Let's reuse it everywhere because we have it. Why not? Yeah, okay. And what do we do in this case? Because all I know here is that I have a string. It's maybe a category, maybe not. We don't know. So what to do? Do we have to reuse this event manager every time? In this case, so an external service, just to know that we have a category, it's a bit much. So we'll pass this. Some people will say, no, add the category color on the event entity. Yeah, but same stuff. I don't want to load an event just to know what the category is. It's not something that interested me. It's too much work for not enough gain. So clearly, those possible treatments, that's not what we're going to do. We'll start with refactoring first. To refactor, we are going to introduce a category. It will be an enum. We have two cases, foo, bar. We'll know that we have a color, and for each cases, we have a distinct color, and that's it. We can just reuse it. And voila. An event as a category, and a category as a color. When we just read $event category color, it's nearly as simple as that. And if we read it in Twig, it's the same thing. So yeah, it's okay. We can reuse the category everywhere. Nice. If we continue the refactoring, we can even see that our event manager and our event extension, we don't need them anymore. So less code to maintain. Yay, we are happy. Less code, it's a good thing sometimes. We have less possible error that will happen, less tests to maintain, less code to maintain, just, yeah, it's good thing. And now that we have refactored everything, what we can do is do our change. And it's 3 simple lines. We just add it, and that's it. Now we have a simple reality. We really have our sentence, an event as a category as a color. It's over. Yeah. We do what we did here. The knowledge is in one place. The change is simple. We just saw it. It's 3 lines. What the category is respected everywhere. And we still have less bug. So yeah, we are definitely happy here, okay? And I hope that at this point, there is something that itches your brain here, that you smell something that, no, it's not that simple. Because why a color is just a string here? Are you kidding, man? It's been 33 minutes that you are talking to not do that, and you are doing it? Why? It makes no sense. Yes, it makes sense, because maybe you just don't need it. Here, I will let it for you to think about it later today or this week. I don't really care when. As an exercise, do we need to represent a color here with other things than a string? Do we have to represent what a color is? Because do we need to make sure that the format is hexadecimal? What to do with the alpha? Do we need all this stuff? Try to think about cases when you will need this. Try to think about cases where you don't care at all about this. Try to think about it to avoid over-engineering and avoid the risk of never use primitive sometimes, because they are good too. Without them, you don't have any house because you don't have your bricks. So sometimes you will have to use them. And sometimes also, it will be a gamble. You don't know for sure the future because you are not a seer, you don't see the future, you don't know what will happen, and you are trying to do what you can, the best you can with the card you have in hand. And sometimes you have to reach for more cards, for more knowledge. Let's go ask questions to other people on the team, to PO, to customer, everywhere to make sure that, okay, I know that here I have to represent something. No, I know that it's just a data. We clearly don't care what that is here. So And sometimes, if you really don't have the information, it will be a gamble. You will have to choose and maybe make a mistake, but it's okay. So again, practice here. Let's practice with Kata, with Coding Dojo, workshop, a lot of different stuff to try to make this mistake in a safe environment. And again, if we are inside a Drupal app, what could we do? So here, even if Drupal core does not support the enum types yet for our field, there is in the list type the little parameter called allowed value function. You can pass it every function you want. So you can add a method on our category enum to define this, and that's it. Voila. We are over here. We just can reuse a native Drupal core functionality to do that. And it's as simple as that. So now we are clearly over with this because we can run in our backyard with our dog, with our pig, with everyone we want, and our day is over. Yeah, we are happy here. To sum up here, we saw what was primitive obsession. Okay, so primitive everywhere. Maybe it's bad, maybe it's not. It will depend. We have to think about this stuff sometimes. If you refactor a project and you smell something, you will have to gather data to know this. Is this a problem? Is this not a problem? Sometimes you will have them, sometimes you won't. You have to think about also this when you create a new stuff, like, okay, so I have to represent some stuff like a location. We have latitude, longitude. Do I have directly float everywhere? Or do I introduce a latitude object and a longitude object? Do I introduce just maybe a location object and it's over? What do I do? Because a latitude is only between, I think, minus 90 and 90 degrees. So not all floats are latitude. You will have to think about this. But please don't become obsessed with using only complex types, with using object everywhere and defining custom type everywhere. Sometimes the simplicity of just using a primitive may be okay. It will clearly depend on your case. What you have to think about is that your knowledge is only in one place, and one place only. You don't want it to be scattered everywhere, to be spreaded everywhere, and to not know what the real truth is, because is the function R the real knowledge, possess the knowledge? It is the function B? Hey, we don't know. So you have to make a choice in this case. You have to think about how the code is understandable for everyone, because as you may know, we read the code more than we write it, and now with AI, maybe we will read it even more than we write it. So understand it is really important. The code have to be expressive. You have to directly express your intention in it. What are you going to model? What are you trying to do with it? What is the behavior you want to implement here? And of course, with things like that, it's clearly less error prone. So here, if you want, you have some readings. The last link in this slide is a research paper about a card game, as it said. It's quite interesting if you want to make your team, even non-dev people, to understand the importance of refactoring. It has some interesting things to say. Here you have some kata if you want to practice, because again, practice is everything in this kind of cases. You will have to check a lot of stuff, to leave them, to make mistakes, to understand them. So the strategy pattern, if you want to know more about it, and if you want just Drupal specific links, you have them here. If you want to contribute, for instance, to the enum type, let's go. The issue is here, so have fun with that. If you want to know more about the type data API, for instance, which is really powerful, let's check that also. Thank you. At the top, you will have the slides if you want them. At the bottom, if you want to give feedback on the talk, do you find it interesting or not? Do you have improvement, anything to do about this? Please let me know. And thank you, and have a good day and good event. Are there any questions? Thank you, and have a nice day.
Be here doing board games, so I brought Breaking Head, which is a Drupal card game. If anybody is interested, it has issue comments that you need to go through. It's interesting. It's been designed by the former lead of SimplyTest.me, Patrick. Welcome everybody. This is the future of Drupal parenthesis core in the age of Drupal CMS. So I submitted the talk as the future of Drupal core, but then I realized that you can't really talk about the future of Drupal core without the future of everything else. So let's try to do that. I am Gabor Hojci. My made-up title for myself is Full Stack Community Organizer, which is a thing that I don't think that really exists. So I do talks like this. I'm involved with events. I'm one of the organizers of this event. I do social media for a lot of different things. I do videos for the Dries Note and for like marketing videos, like for the Drupal 11 release. I do blog posts. I write code I maintain upgrade status and deprecation status. and POTX module, and a bunch of other modules. So I'm a full stack community organizer. So I try to enable people to do different things, and hopefully this talk will also be an enabler for you. I'm both on the Drupal core and the CMS leadership team, so I have insights into both teams, and I have more than 2 decades of Drupal core contribution experience. I started off in 2003. So the first thing when I submitted this talk that I've seen somebody post online is, I knew it, Drupal core is going away. Not true. So the first thing that I would like to leave you with is that Drupal core is not going away. So I think Dries said this yesterday, but if you weren't here or you may not have internalized the thought, is that Drupal core is not going to be discontinued. Drupal CMS is built on top of Drupal core. It's not a separate thing. It's built on top of Drupal core. It's Drupal core and a bunch of other things. The reason we did Drupal CMS is because we couldn't achieve some of the goals that we had with Drupal core. And so the goals that we had for Drupal CMS were that site builders without Drupal experience could easily build and launch open source Drupal sites. And we were trying to do this in Drupal core for a long time. It didn't really work out. And we did some research in 2019 to compare the experience of different systems. You may have seen the slide from Dries. He presented this in one of the Dries notes. And what we found is that the initial experience of people with Drupal is very bad. They don't like this. It's very complicated. Why do you need this complexity? Yesterday, I was at dinner with Laurie, and he was basically reciting the same story, that he couldn't understand, like, why do you need all of this complexity to achieve what you want? However, as time goes on, and you have more and more requirements that you need to fulfill on the project, then you kind of realize that, okay, I need this complexity, and now it's great that Drupal has all of these possibilities in there. We have a bunch of other systems. People realize that that's not really possible anymore, what they wanted. They buy the plugin from WordPress that did what they needed, and then they figure out that they have their data in that plugin and they can't use the data in another way that they wanted, or bump into certain limitations in other systems. So we are very good when people know what they want to do with Drupal. We score very good there, but the beginner experience is very bad. And so we wanted to elevate the beginner experience and make that better. But then we realized that we bump into certain limitations there. So most sites use Drupal, and we as core committers were looking at Drupal core and making it nice. And as Dries said yesterday, he used to have these keynotes that are like, this is coming to Drupal core, and it was all about Drupal core. But what we realized is that you are not using Drupal core only. So who's using more than 100 extensions on Drupal sites? Anyone? Yeah, it's like about a third of the audience uses more than 100 extensions on certain sites. So even if you don't use 100 extensions, you use 50, 30, 20, there's a lot of stuff that is on top of Drupal core. And that's your experience of Drupal core and a lot of extensions. And the Drupal core committers, we didn't used to look at that because we were looking at core and improving core. But your experience of Drupal is much bigger. However, there's a significant experience required to pick those 100 things. You need to know which things to pick for it to be flexible and sustainable and upgradable and all the things. And a lot of people don't have that experience, especially when they start out. They get Drupal core and they're like, okay, but now what? This is in one way too complex and in another way too basic for what I need. At the same time, Drupal core is still very developer focused, which is not a problem, honestly, it's good. It's great for developers. They can build new things based on those APIs. But for a lot of even basic, simple usability things, you need to install additional projects, like have a linking experience in CKEditor that you can just type in the name of the entity that you want to link to. It's not in core. Or having nice path aliases automatically, not in core. Like very basic things are not in core. And then Drupal core is slow to change. So we've been trying to build new big things in Drupal core. It's very hard to get in. And your experience is you don't really care that much if it's in Drupal core or not, because if the project needs it, you're going to get it from contrib and you're going to use it, right? That's what the project ends up at the end. So we've been looking at the wrong thing, and we need to look at something else. So what we figured out is there's this big gap between Drupal core only and the live Drupal website that you actually have. And it's very hard to get from here to there. And so what if we put something in the middle and help you out there? And that's what Drupal CMS is. So Drupal CMS is Drupal core and plus a bunch of things that helps you get there faster. So these are the things that I like to highlight, that we have the best practice default features, because we can bottle up a bunch of the experience that you need to have to pick those 100 extensions, pick a bunch of them for you, and show you what are the best practice ones. It has improved user experience because we can pick out these things that should be the default experience, but they're not. We made it easier to add more features, so it's easier to find and add features in Drupal CMS than in Drupal core. And we have AI site building capabilities. And this is the one line about AI in the talk. No more AI. So because there's a lot of cool things in Drupal CMS and in Drupal, even without AI. So if you think about AI, it's amazing. But then there's a lot of cool other things. And then what we did is we made this the default download experience, because we want you to start off with this, because we bottled up all of this experience, and we put this on Drupal.org as the first thing to download. We still offer Drupal core, but this is for like if you really know what you're doing, you can use Drupal core. If you want to start off, we offer Drupal CMS, because this bundles up a lot of experience that you have. And I don't think people quite realize the extent of change and side effects that this could have, the positive extent of change and side effects this could have, but this is what the talk is about. So hopefully at the end, you'll have a lot of ideas about all the tentacles that this decision has in the community. So the first component that we have in Drupal CMS, and it's also honestly in Drupal core with 10.3, but we started using it very heavily with Drupal CMS, and we popularized it with Drupal CMS, is recipes. How many of you built recipes already? All right, it's about 20% of the audience, great. So recipes can install modules, themes, import configuration, perform configuration actions, and they do not have their own code or their upgrades. So they're basically automated site building steps, is what I like to say. It's going to be an entire talk about this tomorrow by Martin, so I highly suggest you go wake up tomorrow morning and attend Martin's talk. But this basically allows us to package up that experience that is required to pick those 100 things and tell you, like, this is the best practice solution for a certain area. And we used to have a solution for this that was called install profiles. How many of you used an install profile or distribution? Oh, like 70% of the room. Great. So you may have bumped into some of these problems with using install profiles. So first of all, install profiles are for the whole site. So if you install Commerce Kickstart, then you're good, but you now can't install OpenSocial. You're out of luck. We're sorry. So they are site scope. They lock you into the install profile that you had. Again, we improved this in Drupal 10.3, so you can get rid of the install profile if there are no more dependencies left, no more hard dependencies left of the install profile anymore. You can uninstall the install profile itself without destroying the site. But that's been a very long time coming to not lock you in there. But they still don't allow you to inherit. So if you have OpenSocial, you can make a specialized version of OpenSocial that inherits from OpenSocial and changes a few things. And they are not composable. As I said, you can't install multiple install profiles at once. So that's not possible. So those are things that we solved with recipes, or those are the things that recipes solve. Because recipes can depend on other recipes, so they can inherit from other recipes and reuse their functionality. They are composable. You can install multiple recipes at once. The Drupal CMS installer literally starts off with a selector of multiple recipes that you can pick, and it installs all of them. And they can be a site level or feature level recipes. The Drupal CMS has a base recipe that's a site level recipe with a bunch of content types and then feature level recipes for all kinds of other things. And they don't lock you in, they just automated site building steps that are like, if you click through these links, then you get this result. The one thing that they don't have is an upgrade path, But the thing that you click through on the UI also doesn't have an upgrade path because you clicked it through. The components themselves have an upgrade path. All the modules have an upgrade path in there, everything. But the thing that you build yourself also doesn't have one. So this is not a thing that we got away from you. It's just a thing that we're not providing by default. And the site level recipes, there's a special case of site level recipe called site templates that Dries announced. And that's what we are working towards for Drupal CMS 2.0 for Vienna this year. So what we want to have is to have more market-specific site templates. So you can have like the food blog site template, that's Umami packaged up with its content and features. And then you can have a site template for real estate, like Dries explained, or you can have a site template for doctor's booking website, that kind of stuff. And that can package up best practice functionality from Contrib, and include some sample content and include some configuration as well for this. So that's what we plan to achieve by DrupalCon Vienna. But what we have now is these feature recipes in Drupal CMS that you can check out. For example, Martin worked on this event recipe that provides easy event management out of the box. And it has content types and page and listing. So it bundles up a bunch of things that you would create if you would do events. Has a map view and builds on 3 other recipes and 11 contributed modules. And these are the 2 code slides that I will have, and this is tiny for you, so I highlighted this. But basically what happens here is that you have these 3 recipes, core recipes, document media type, is a core recipe, and then Drupal CMS page and Drupal CMS privacy basic that are inherited in this recipe. These are the recipes that we depend on. And then we add all of these contributed modules. So these are best practice modules for doing events with geocoding information. So we already figured this out. We packaged this up. We provide this for you. And then we have configuration that's installed. I didn't highlight that because that's simple. What's more interesting is we have these configuration actions, which are like click here, do this, click here, do this. So what we have here is we grant the permission to the content editor to create events, delete event revisions, delete any events, and edit any event. We add the events to the editorial workflow, and we add it to the privacy feature as well. So this is all bundled up in this one recipe. And when you install it, then this will work with the privacy recipe and workflows, and it will provide these permissions to the content editor that's already there on the site. So it's super powerful, also not too hard to write. It's hard to figure out, I guess, what goes where. So as, again, Dries said in his session that it would be nice to, well, Boris said in the session that it would be nice to have a UI. And so there's some efforts into figuring that out. But this allows you to package up these features in a simple way. And site templates will not be very different from this. There's a bunch of stuff to figure out there of how we bundle the theme and the layouts and stuff, but it will be very similar to this as well. So in the role of this for Drupal core is to improve recipe creation and distribution and applicability and feature sets. So one of the unfortunate things that we have with recipes is that they're currently not multilingual. So when you have these config actions, you can have translatable values there. So we started working on that recently. And there's a bunch more config actions that are suggested so we can do more of these site building steps within the recipes. But basically, Drupal core's role is to enable this better so that people can create these packages and share their bundled up feature sets much easier. And one of the extreme things that we did with this is the Drupal CMS desktop installer or desktop launcher. So we announced this in DrupalCon Atlanta, and this is available on Drupal.org. This is a desktop app that works like any other desktop app. It runs Composer in the background, and then it provides you a UI to install these recipes and run with it. So we are trying to, once again, raise the bar at the start, raise the level at the start of satisfaction for users to make it easier to launch new Drupal sites. This was one of the parts of the goals that we had. And then the next part of the goal was to make it easier to extend the existing Drupal site. So this is where Project Browser comes in. So now you have a Drupal site, you maybe installed it with the fancy desktop installer or some other way. We're also working with shared hosts, by the way, to make it easier to install Drupal CMS there. We have contacts with the backend systems that they use. And so you've installed this, and now you want to add more features. So Project Browser was built to do this, and we bundle this with Drupal CMS as well. And so Project Browser allows you to pick more features that you want and click on an install button and install it with Composer in the background on your site. So use this Composer with the package manager extension in Drupal core to install these. And it currently includes a recipe browser as well for bundled recipes in Drupal CMS. And now we are looking at how to enable to install remote recipes as well. So now you have this engine of packaging up features with country projects, and then you have this tool to install these features. So what feature needs to remain in Drupal core then? Like, what's it for Drupal core to have? So we are again taking a critical look at the modules in Drupal core, and I've singled out two here, contact and search, that are very easy to replace with contrib. So who is using core search module only? Anyone? No? Maybe I had one hand. So the maintainer of the search module, the core search module, Peter Lennon, apparently uses the core search module, which is good. It's a good sign. Unfortunately, there was no other hands. So people usually install Search API, but those that don't know that there's Search API, they will not use Search API and will not find it. So there's better solutions in Contrib for certain things that we have in core that are maybe more actively used, more flexible, more extensible, more compatible with other systems if you want to do that. And contact is similar. Drupal CMS ships with a contact recipe that uses web form as well. Once you have it, then you can create a bunch of other web forms or extend the contact form better with other elements. So there used to be this rule that Drupal core needs to have basic implementation of things to ship with. But now we don't need to have the basic implementation of a thing because it doesn't serve the actual user better to have it there, because we have these easy ways to ship packages of functionality with recipes and then install them with Project Browser. So we can have much less of these one-off things in Drupal core and much more of the recipes that configure general things in Contrib. So then, basically, Drupal CMS with recipes and Project Browser will focus people on these common modules. So instead of having all kinds of different solutions to problems, the recipes and the way to install them will enable us to converge on certain things. So tomorrow, Jürgen has a session on the privacy work that he did for Drupal CMS, and this is a great case study for this slide, basically. To converge on one solution, this Calero solution that they converged with maintainers of all kinds of different privacy modules, and they agreed that this is the best way forward. And now it's configurations of this Calero module that are there for setting up different privacy settings. So this will allow us to configure general purpose modules like web form and offer different forms up instead of having specific modules with all kinds of different form implementations. If somebody new to Drupal, they would need like a purple slider on their page. They would look for a purple slider. They may find the purple slider module. They install it. And then a year later, they figure out it has security problems. Nobody updates it to Drupal 12 and all kinds of other problems. And they start to complain. And they are right that this is not working well. But if they find the recipe that allows them to configure a slider purple with the best practice modules that has an upgrade path and is more entrenched in the community and has better support, then everybody is better off at the end. So this is what I will expect is there's probably going to be less modules in Contrib and probably a lot more recipes that configure these modules. And that also means that hopefully, because more sites will use the same modules, then the Drupal builds will be more similar to each other. So you will find a lot more of the same things on Drupal sites configured different ways. So when you get into a project, then you will have an easier time to get to know the parts and get to know your way around and work forwards from there. So that's hopefully a good benefit for you as well. And then there's automatic updates. Any of you use automatic updates or are looking forward to using automatic updates? All right, there's 2 of you, I think. That's a totally expected answer. So, because dev days people are usually interested in automatic updates, but I will tell you why you should be. So this creates a staging copy of the site where composer operations are executed to update your components, modules, external dependencies, etc. And they apply to the live site when this is deemed ready, if everything goes well there. This can be manual or unattended on cron. So it's kind of unfortunate that it was named automatic updates, because you can just use it manually or run it with a CI job or do all kinds of other things. And you can also integrate this with a Git workflow or whatever CI or staging workflows that you have. It has hooks to hooking into every single part of the process where it creates the composer environment or updates it or finds a problem or starts to update it to live. Like, you can hook into every point in time and do certain checks and apply other things and commit the results to Git and deploy it to a dev server and do all kinds of other things. So this is very good, basically Drupal-focused UI and API on top of Composer. This is the 3rd UI on Composer that we mentioned today. There was the installer, the desktop installer, project browser, and automatic updates are all Composer UIs that we built. So that's basically updates code for you. What I think this results in is that because this is automating things to, this is making more sites update to newer releases, and this will result in more sites breaking with those updates, and that will result in maintainers having more awareness of when they're doing something wrong. So even if you're not using automatic updates, the results of people using automatic updates, not in this room, will result in more reliable updates in the Contrib ecosystem, because they need to take into account that now these automatic updates will run their updates, and it needs to run, and it needs to be more foolproof and not crash when something is not in the database like they expect. So that's a benefit for everybody, even if you're not using automatic updates. And then the other side effect that we had with Drupal CMS is that we are embracing a lot of innovation outside of core. So we used to be all about, like, automatic updates is coming to core and project browser is coming to core, but I don't know if anybody noticed that we're not talking about that anymore. May or may not coming into core, but we are delivering it in the default package that we are offering everybody, because we think that this is the best experience that they would use. Another thing that may or may not come into core, hopefully will come into core, but we'll see how we can do this, is the Gin admin theme, because this is another area where basically Drupal CMS embraced the whole movement in Contrib that people are using the Gin admin theme as a way better experience to administer Drupal sites. And Drupal CMS comes with Gin, and now the Claro theme is in Drupal core, but there's not that much interest in maintaining the Claro theme, and now there's this question of, do we work against the Claro theme or the Gin theme? So there's a lot of discussions in the core community team on how do we solve this? How do we get Gin into core, basically, or get Gin be the default admin experience in a way? But this is, again, a Contrib innovation that happened, and we didn't need core's blessing for anything to do this. So I expect more of this will happen, and what Drupal CMS allows us to do is to pick the best Contrib innovations there are, so we don't need to wait for that to get into core or get whatever blessing. If there's a better solution for something, then Drupal CMS can change it and change the recipes, make a new release, and then it's available. And then the previous best solution will still be there in Contrib, and the new best solution is now the default experience in Drupal CMS. Another example of this is Experience Builder, which is again built in Contrib. So this will enable site builders without Drupal experience to easily theme and build their entire website. So this, now you have the functionality with Project Browser and recipes, and now this Experience Builder is about building the pages and the listings and all kinds of other things. And so this will allow you to compose content on any part of the page. So this is what it looks like right now. If you don't believe me, then go here, the XP demo repo, and you grab the XP demo repo, you install it, and then you get this site with 2 sample pages and, this JavaScript component here, this JavaScript component that's built in JavaScript and with CSS with the component editor inside Experience Builder. You can edit this component and customize it and change it on the UI of Experience Builder. So this is all built together in the XP demo. You can try it out and see where Experience Builder is right now. This is another innovation that we are doing outside of Core, and we think that will eventually should have a place in Core, because we think that baseline features that most sites or most site templates would want to use belong in Core, features that are defining the ecosystem. So that's where I came from with the multilingual initiative, for example. We built a lot of multilingual features into Core because we believed that the competing different solutions in Contrib were incompatible and hard to use. And I think Experience Builder is a good example of this, where you use paragraphs and layout builder and a bunch of other display solutions. And Experience Builder brings in the power of a lot of these and provides a framework that can reproduce the functionality of most of them pretty well. So then it belongs in Core. But it doesn't need to get into Core for you to start using it, much like Path Auto never got into Core and you've been using it for 15 years. So it's fine to use it. And the other advancement that Experience Builder is coming with is changing theming. So if you look at this XP demo, let's go back for a second. So if you look at this XP demo, this is based on these components on the side. So you have the CTA component and logos and hero and image and a bunch of other things, stats card. So it's based on components. And so this brings in to Core a whole new kind of understanding of how a theme should look like. It's not like you need to have sidebar 1, 2, 3 and footer wide and then footer left 1, footer left 2 and footer right 3 and whatever. Because now you're building this with these components and you're laying out your page and your global regions with these components. So it's a new approach to themes as well. And that's reflected in the XP demo, so you can go there and check it out. And so one thing that we are working on is to have a default design system that provides you with a set of components that's customizable as well to create these kind of pages. And Media Current is working on this, and they prepared this very short video that will hopefully play fine. So this looks like an ad, but they're working on this open source design system for Experience Builder that is, they are working with these 3 example sites that look entirely different, and they can still reproduce with the components and the flexibility that is in the design system. So that's super exciting. And they would also provide this, they would also provide you with an understanding of how these component-based theming could work in Drupal going forward, instead of the themes that we had before. So this is going to make a lot of change in the default experience of theming that people have. I'm not saying that I think the saying of the future is not evenly distributed is well said here, because some of you, or maybe a lot of you, how many of you work with component-based theming? Let's see. All right, so it's about half of the audience. So a lot of you work with component-based theming already. So I think the new thing here is that we are now bringing this to the default experience of Drupal that we are offering to people with Experience Builder and the new default design system. So another great side effect I think that we have with this is it's much easier to contribute to the default features than to contribute to Drupal core. So I don't know how many of you have a core change that it's in Drupal core, succeeded to get into Drupal core. Okay, that's about a third of the audience. How many of you tried but couldn't get a change into Drupal core? That's another third of the audience, yes. So it's not easy to get stuff into Drupal core. It's super rigorous, and that's for good reason, I think. But then you build a website and you add those 100 modules, and then you add 5 patches on top and whatever you need, because that's what you need for that site. And so here, we are building these recipes based on the same components that you already use. So you're already expert in how to use those components and how to build from those components. So it's much easier to contribute to this than the Drupal core. And this also results in faster innovation cycles. So that we can do this, we released Drupal CMS 1.0 in January, and now we're building for 2.0 in the fall. And we plan to have site templates and Experience Builder in 2.0. So there's a lot of change for what we are used to from Drupal core. But it doesn't mean that all the things that you built on 1.0 are not good anymore. They're still the best of at the time when it was available. So now that Drupal CMS can do all of these things this fast, I think the question comes up of, will Drupal core slow down then? And now that Drupal CMS can go so fast, and can Drupal core be more stable? And the answer is yes and no. So Drupal 12 is still planned for next year, still planned for middle or late next year, sometime when it's ready. However, Drupal 10 is also planned to be supported until the middle of late next year. So when Drupal 12 comes out is when Drupal 10 end of life is. And that is to allow core to still not go too slow and you to go slower if you want to. So this is how it looks like. So now we release new Drupal major versions every 2 years. So we had Drupal 10 in December 2022, and 11 in August, and 12 next year, and then 13 2 years later. So every 2 years, there's a new Drupal core release, but we support Drupal core major releases much longer than 2 years. So Drupal 10.4 goes LTS, went LTS last year, and then Drupal 11.4 will go LTS next year, and Drupal 12.4 will go LTS in mid-2028. And those are end of life 2 years later. So this is Drupal 10 is EOL when Drupal 12 comes out, and 11 is when 13, and et cetera, et cetera. So the idea is that you can be on an EOL version, you can be on an LTS version of Drupal core, and move to the next LTS version of Drupal core, and move to the next LTS version of Drupal core when it comes out. And the LTS versions of Drupal core are basically more focused on stability and not including disruptive changes anymore. So the core release cycle is now 4 years, and the first 2 years in the release cycle is where new features are being added. And the last 2 years of the release cycle is the LTS period, when we get bug fixes and security fixes and backports only for things that improve the upgrade path. So the first 2 years in the core lifecycle where the innovation happens in core, and the second 2 years is where it's LTS and more stable. And you can be on the second 2 years all the time and just go forward with the second 2 years. And the benefit of that is the whole contrib ecosystem is much more ready 2 years after the new major release. it's LTS, there's less disruptive changes. The field UI will not change on you and will not go into a modal dialog suddenly and stuff like that happened before in Drupal core. So changes like that will not happen. So you can be on a more stable Drupal core, and so we can get more stable for people being on Drupal core, while at the same time, we have Drupal CMS that can go much faster than Drupal core ever did. So I think we're getting the best of both worlds with this solution. So we expect that more and more people will basically go on to move from Drupal LTS to LTS and have a more stable Drupal experience. And at the same time, with Drupal CMS, we can release all the good things and the freshest, newest best practices for all the new installs that there are in the ecosystem and be super innovative while at the same time being super stable. So, okay, but I always get this question of what about headless commerce and social and all kinds of other use cases that Drupal CMS is not covering. And Dries announced site templates for this and the marketplace for this. And while Dries announced the site templates, while we were sitting in the keynote in Atlanta, Ryan Zrama posted this in the CMS templates channel like 15 minutes before Dries was done with the talk, that the first site template is ready. Here, go, check it out. Major players are embracing this thinking. So Commerce Kickstart was already rebuilt based on recipes, and they have sample content and a theme and a bunch of other things. So while we don't have the exact format of how a site template will look like, conceptually, they believe that they are the first site template there are, and they're really looking forward to being able to sell these things on the Drupal marketplace as well. And also they are looking at extensions that are on the side of other site templates, for example, commerce recipes that extend recipes in Drupal CMS, for example, to sell tickets to events. So they are looking at these composable side recipes that can be added on top of other site templates. But there's also, Wunder has a starter kit for Next.js that's entirely recipe-based. So these are their recipes. And then Octahedroid has the decoupled Drupal, which is entirely recipe-based. So there's a bunch of solutions already that are recipe-based. And we are working on formalizing the site template formats so they can be put up as like more accessible and easy to browse site templates as well for you to start with. So even though Drupal CMS had this specific market of the marketer, it doesn't mean that Drupal core can do more things and that the site templates on top of Drupal core can serve more audiences. So can we formalize like what's the role of Drupal core in this whole ecosystem then? And yes, we can. And Dries like basically told you about this in his Q&A yesterday. So we have an issue on Drupal.org, which is there on that URL. And so what we say here is that with the introduction of Drupal CMS, core no longer needs to serve as both a product and the framework. It can focus being on a framework while Drupal CMS can focus on being a product. And this framework would be a powerful application / platform for CMS builders. And the more detailed description is this. So that the core is the platform for building customized CMS solutions because we'll deal with content and user authentication and workflows and all kinds of other things that are critical for CMS. And the core can be a basis for advanced high-code architectures designed by skilled developers, including headless CMS solutions. So I think the Drupal CMS focuses on a specific audience that wants to have better usability because we want to increase the experience of starting out with Drupal, but it doesn't mean that Drupal itself doesn't want to keep all of the strengths that we already have. And I think site templates will help bring a lot of that more to the forefront and for you to see that all of those needs are also served. And this is the updated under discussion strategy for Drupal core. So I welcome your feedback on that URL. And there's a lot more this week to learn about Drupal CMS things. So these are my highlighted talks of Drupal CMS for the week. So later today, Christina will talk about the Drupal CMS now and beyond, of what we did so far and the details of the plans that we have. Martin will talk tomorrow morning about recipes, a lot more detail about recipes and practical examples. And then Jürgen will talk about the privacy and data protection solutions in Drupal CMS and how we arrived at this common solution and how it's consolidating Contrib. And then Balint and Wim will talk about Experience Builder, a lot more details and a lot of developer content, and then building AI agents with code or no code or low code. Also highly suggested to learn more about how you can build these AI things as well. So yeah, that was my talk, and now I have, I think, 9 minutes for questions.
Yeah, you had this slide about the like role for core. Maybe you can just go into that a little bit more, because like, for example, a question for me is like, is there a place for standard profile in core, or is that part of the vision? Or because you talked about like Jin and Claro, does core need an admin theme? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
Does core need any what?
An admin theme? I mean, if it's a framework, but it's just, I'm not, just your thoughts maybe, like what's the vision for that?
That's a great question of does core need an admin theme or not? Yes. So what we think that Drupal core should have is the baseline of what the extensions are building on top. I think that with the advancement of Jin, more and more Contrib modules started shipping with Jin specific styles so that they can look native in Jin. That's like, I went through that with upgrade status myself, and I looked at it and it was very bad, and then I actually started more reworking my module to use more standard Drupal things so that it can look better in Jin. So I think it's important to have the common base layers in core that a lot of contribs need to be compatible with, because otherwise it's going to be a hard time to figure out what to be compatible with. At the same time, I think that when a lot of site templates include the same things, then that will be a good indication of what we should look at in terms of what's the 80% use case for everything. So I would think that an admin theme would be great for that, is that it helps with more contribs being compatible and looking nice on the UI. Do we need the standard profile? That's a great question. I'm not sure we need the standard profile. I would also like to see Umami as a site template and not in core anymore. Would be great as one of the first site templates. Would be a great case study. It doesn't even need a contrib module as it is right now, or it could be extended with other contribs then be even better. So that would be a great case study to convert to a site template and not be in core anymore. So we can remove a lot of these things, I think, and actually do it better with the new solutions.
Thanks. I've got a question about recipes.
Yes.
How are we going to assess what recipes should we go on Drupal.org or so as recipes? Because as expert site builders, we already disagree on what best practices are for certain things. And it's also very easy probably to build a recipe with security issues, like giving permissions to users that shouldn't have them. So is somebody going to assess what's a good recipe?
I don't think there will be a human review process before recipes are published. There's also no human review process for modules. So I don't expect that to happen. I expect the community to gravitate towards the better recipes. So that's like for modules, that you have like several modules that do all kinds of like displays on your site, and then we still gravitate towards certain solutions. So I think that's more likely to happen. There's also, I don't think there's going to be one way to do, there's always going to be one way to do a thing. I think what recipes allows us to do more than core inclusion is for different ecosystems to coexist if they want. and then the better wins at the end. So it's not like we've added layout builder to core, so everything must be a layout builder, because now the recipes will be able to use a certain thing, and then if a better solution comes around for that feature, then we can convert them, and the new sites can use the new, better solution from there on. So I think it enables more innovation, and you can do more things. I think I don't know if it's a different quality assurance question than the modules, because modules you can also do a lot of bad things, especially now that AI-generated modules will be there. So that's going to be interesting.
Thanks.
Following on from the earlier question on Gin in core, do you think there's a danger that moving Gin into core would slow down its development and prevent, delay new features getting into it? And is it better off as in the contrib space when it can be included with a recipe very easily?
That's a very valid question. That's the same thing happened to other things that got into core. I don't know the answer to that, so I think that's part of the discussion of how do we ensure that still happens. By the way, Gin is currently looking for sponsors. So if you have sponsor money, that Gin, unfortunately, they lost some of their sponsors, and a lot of us rely on Gin. So if you have the possibility to sponsor Gin, that would be nice. I don't know the answer to that, but we are still discussing how to do that exactly. I think there would be a lot of value in getting Gin in for the reason of contrib compatibility, but we need to figure out how to balance the innovation that it can do in contrib versus that compatibility that we can achieve with being in core.
Thanks. Just following up on the last question, I suppose, because I think, Gabor, you were at the table yesterday when we were in the contribution room. We were having a conversation. Yeah, you were there. Just about like how around this and how, for instance, now that we're in a position where we're more comfortable with Composer and Composer dependencies, potentially like one solution could be that Gin continues to live in contrib, core just Composer requires Gin, and so that could be like a way where it gets into core, and that, as we move towards Drupal CMS, more core becoming leaner, that might be a way where for other modules where we want them in core, or even other core modules, they have their own project pages, and yeah, that's how they get into core. But yeah, a lot of options to think about, I suppose.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the options. That's the same question is about Experience Builder. Because likely Experience Builder will not be like copy-pasted as a code base into Drupal core. I don't think that's how it's gonna happen. So Experience Builder is very much in that boat. And maybe we test that out with Gin first and then go with a similar approach for Experience Builder, like see how that works for Gin. But that's one of the options, yeah. And yesterday we talked about how ideally Drupal core could also split its modules into its own repos, either as a monorepo that has the splits out the different modules into different projects, and then Composer can reassemble it again for only the modules that you actually need. So there's a lot of potential there that we can do with Composer. But then again, we built 3 Composer UIs to make Composer easier to use. So I would contest that we are now comfortable with Composer because we're doing a lot to try to mitigate the problems that people have with Composer. So it's a balancing act there for sure. But we can do a lot more with being more Composer native, yes.
Maybe a bit of a short-sighted question, so if that's the case, apologies up front, but I was wondering where the Drupal CMS is not basically a recipe itself. Because, yeah, if I understood correctly, it's a combination of what is being known as a good bundle of modules and configuration, basically. So why is it not just a very extended recipe itself?
So Drupal CMS is a collection of recipes. It currently comes as a composer package that depends on all the pieces there are to make it easier to install at install time. So I think the hard part of making it a recipe only that then Project Browser grabs all the remote dependencies and installs is that the installation itself will be much, much slower. So we currently package it up as a composer package with all the dependencies that we have for the recipe, and then you pick out things and it installs some of the dependencies that Composer already downloaded. That's for basically speeding up the installation process. It could be not depending on all of those composer pieces and just grab them as you install them, would be much slower to install. So that's a trade-off of how that happens. I think the site templates will need to deal with the same problem of if you have this installer thing that's like in Drupal CMS, and then the site template needs to grab in 12 different contrib modules real time with Composer, then it's technically solved with Project Browser. We can do it right now. On the UI, you click the install button, it grabs in the 10 country projects. It's just slow because of network and all kinds of other reasons. So that's why we have it as its own Composer project. But it's not a fork of Drupal. It's not a different code base. It's Drupal core and then all of these recipes that we bundle with the dependencies that we have to make it faster to install. We ran out of time, so I should let you go for your break. I'll be around all week. I leave on Friday night, so any questions or suggestions, discussions, concerns, feel free to come up to me and enjoy the conference.
about code quality and testing, from nuclear power plant software to business card websites. First of all, thanks for having me. I'm so glad that you have selected my presentation and I have the ability to share my knowledge with you as a Drupal developer in the community. It's really appreciated. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm Peter from Ratingen, Germany. I'm working at Erdfish, a German Drupal expert services provider. I'm working with Drupal since 2010. You can find my profile on drupal.org with my clear name, Peter Maimescu. I'm a ISTQB certified tester. We'll talk about simple use cases and complex projects. I see a less complex project as a business card website, as you probably know, and complex project could be a nuclear power plant software which needs to work every time, cannot fail, must work, must have 0 bugs. At the beginning, we will talk about a disclaimer, very important stuff which you need to know upfront before you write tests, which I learned with pain during my daily job. Then we will talk about static code analysis. We'll describe this to you. Afterwards, we will actually talk about writing backend tests, end-to-end tests, Drupal.org as our continuous integration platform, which you can leverage. And we will again talk about the right tools for the related project complexity. Okay, automated testing cannot save you from misconceptions. If your project isn't described good, you have no good strategy, you do not know your features well, then automated testing cannot save you. Then it's the situation like with the stone. The stone, will be too hard for you, even with automated testing. If you have miscommunication in your team, if your project manager says B and you understand A, then automated testing cannot save you. If you do not have enough practice in testing, you haven't played around a little bit in your side project with testing tools, if you do not get a feeling by, let's say, community work, if you try to learn from others, then automated testing cannot save you. So work on your testing strategy. Yes, every written test is a good test. The more tests you have, then better. Take your time and write every test you possibly can. No, that's wrong. That's marketing. I've learned that. There are many blog posts and many service providers which are telling you this stuff. For me, it's a lie. You should really think about what makes sense for your purpose. Probably you have seen this testing pyramid in the internet. There is a baseline with automated tests. You should have a lot of automated tests. Then you should have less automated component tests, up to a very small set of manual session-based tests. Well, this can also work for very large-scale projects where money and time does not play a role. Then you can follow a testing pyramid. I will show you what works in real projects which are paying your bills. Let's start with static code analysis, finding bugs without actually writing code. You can stay a little bit lazy like this lion here, so you must not write code. You just use tools which are testing your software and analyzing it, showing you potential bugs and helping you
making your code and your project better. I have brought to you a little bit of code. Do you see mistakes in this code? Do you see what's wrong with it? Do you have any idea maybe? Yeah, there are some issues, and you must not read the lines one by another. You can use PHP Stan for it, and PHP Stan actually has a tryout online page on their website where you can check this code, and it will show you what's wrong with it. It will show you that this data time immutable class cannot be discovered. There's a issue with the data format there, and this is information you can get for free without actually writing any manual tests. Later on, you can download this presentation because I have collected important commands for PHP Stan and the other tools, which I use during my day-to-day work. So here you see how you can install PHP Stan via Composer, which commands you can use to analyze your code via PHP Stan, and how you can generate a baseline. This is an example for configuration of a PHP Stan. What is a baseline? Baseline, let's say you have an ongoing project, and of course you will have some violations, and PHP Stan can generate a baseline for you, so you can start with no further violations and issues, and later on you can fix the violations you have and make the baseline smaller. That helps in integrating PHP Stan in ongoing projects. In this PHP Stan config example, you see that we have level 4. There are up to level 9. So you have 10 levels in PHP Stan. The higher the level, the more strict PHP Stan is working. In Drupal, level 4 makes sense. So from my point of view, it does not make sense to go higher than level 4 in Drupal projects because PHP Stan is very strict. If you have some common errors which you cannot overcome or which are very costly to overcome, then you can ignore the errors also, so they don't even go into your baseline. This is the example for the baseline. So you see we have a call to undefined method. PHP Stan cannot discover some functionality. This can potentially be an issue. This can also be a false positive. However, it's good to check. But for now, let's say you are in your client project, you need to get some stuff done, then you generate this baseline and do work on it when you have time. PHP Stan is also integrated into Drupal via the help from Matt Gleman, which is a very active community contributor. PHP Stan can discover Drupal symbols like Drupal modules and themes. And there's another handy extension for PHP Stan. It's called PHP Stan strict rules. So if you don't like the empty function, for example, or you don't like variables, then you can also check for this stuff and disallow it. So it's helpful when you work in your developer team and you agree on certain rules and you would not like to discuss them every time in the merge request, so you can automate this checking with PHP Stan to disallow certain practices. Yeah, PHP Stan is a static code analysis tool, and it has a potential code improvements. It helps you in early error detection, improves your code quality, and it makes the analysis more efficient. It automates stuff which you otherwise would need to discuss in merge requests. However, it has some disadvantages too. It shows you these false positives. Not every issue which PHP Stan is reporting is really some issue, so you need to care this stuff. You get some effort during configuration work. Of course, you must learn and practice PHP Stan. It has these conflicts with legacy Drupal code. When you read Drupal core code, then you see there is some old stuff which is not that modern, so PHP Stan will complain about a lot of core stuff even. Then let's talk about PHP Code Sniffer. PHP Code Sniffer is not checking the functionality of your code that much, like PHP Stan is doing, but it's for guaranteeing a common code style during your code base. When you look at this code, which formatting issues do you notice here? Obviously, there are some. It is code file probably works, but it's not readable very good. And there are many formatting issues. And as you see in this output of PHP CS, it shows you that 13 marked sniff violations can be fixed automatically thanks to PHP code beautifier and fixer. So after you execute PHP CBF, your file will look like this. So it's nicely formatted. And again, you must not discuss this stuff in your merge request with your coworkers. You save time. It's easy to integrate via Composer. It's very nicely documented, and a lot of Drupal projects and even Drupal core are using PHP CS. The coder module from Drupal is extending PHP CS, so you get the Drupal coding standard and the Drupal practice coding standard for free. Just download this presentation and check my config examples. They can be helpful for you. You can execute PHP CS via the command line and check which coding standards you have. So you can use PHP CS for Drupal, and you can use it for any other major PHP framework like Symfony Full Stack Framework or Zend Framework. I think Zend does not exist anymore, but it's enforcing the coding standards across your code base. It does automatic fixing, reduce time, improves, again, your code quality. But it has also disadvantages. It has no baseline like PHP Stan. It works differently than PHP Stan. So you must actually learn PHP CS too. If you have a legacy code base, then you get tons of errors. You can overcome them by ignoring certain directories. You can start with a clean directory. If there are too many violations and you don't have time, we are developers. Most of us are working for agencies. We need to count our time somehow. And not all code standard violations, of course, can be fixed automatically, but most can. Now we will talk about writing tests. The standard unit test framework in PHP is PHP Unit. Unit testing exists in a lot of programming languages. So in PHP, and PHP Unit exists, it's a very long time. has a huge ecosystem, which I will demonstrate you and show how you can integrate it efficiently in your Drupal project. So we start with a simple example. We have a PHP class, which is just returning the string hello world. And then on the right side, there's our PHP unit test, which is only proving that our get hello message method will return the desired string. So this is a pretty simple example. There are no dependencies for this class. Very simple. Let's go one step further. Here comes dependency injection into play, and you see the benefit of dependency injection. We have our user service class here, and we are injecting a dependency. So here's the user service, and here we are injecting the user repository, and above we are creating a mock. So we are not actually testing this user repository, but we are constructing the method which this dependency should provide to our individual service here. And at the end, we are asserting that the get username method is returning the desired username. So this is also a rather simple example. Often you must mock multiple extended multiple classes from outside, but this is the most use case which I have stumbled upon. Another very helpful feature in PHP unit is a data provider. So you can define an array with a variety of data which will come to your method. So you can, when you have a method which is calculating some data, then you can construct various data sets, pass them to one method, and asserting the results. So here above, you have the addition provider, and below you have this this reference data provider to addition provider, and parameter A will be this, parameter B. This actually are the parameters 1, 2, 3. Each of them is one parameter to your PHP method. So when you calculate 1 to 2, the result should be 3. Very handy data providers. I have used them many times, and if you check probably Drupal core, then you will find an example there. Often we have the case that we have private methods which we would like to test, and we would not like to create interfaces or special services just to test these methods. Even our client application does not need that. So we don't want to write code just to, we would not like to write public methods just to pass something to our tests. We can do that, but from my point of view, it's over-engineered, and it's easier to test these private methods directly. We can do this via reflection. There's this reflection class object you can use, and you can make it accessible. And that way, you can execute a PHP method which is private in your test method. You can do this also with methods which have parameters, and you can test private properties too, also with reflections. There are people which don't like reflections. They tell they are slow. Well, we are using them for tests. We are not using them in production. So I think for tests, reflections in a common approach are okay. PHP unit is really well maintained, so it's using the current PHP features like PHP attributes. So you can, you must not write PHP doc blocks anymore. You can use PHP attributes. Let's talk about code coverage. It requires the Xdebug PHP extension, and if you have it installed, then you see this beautiful reports in your web browser. This is an example of a perfect code base where every line of code is executed via our tests. Everything is 100%, and you see which code is triggered via your tests. However, this is not perfect. It's just showing you that your test is executing certain lines of your code. This does not tell very much, so be careful with code coverage. However, it is somehow helpful, and you can integrate it in PHP Storm too. That's my preferred IDE. You see next to each line which code has been executed by your PHP interpreter during the test. PHP unit has a very nice documentation. As you see, each version has its documentation, so you must not fight with outdated documentation. You can read the documentation which is matching your version of PHP unit. Again, easily to install via Composer. Here you have an example for a PHP unit configuration. And yeah, you see here two test suites. One is a unit test suite, and one is an existing site test suite. Yeah, what is an existing site? We'll talk about that, and I think it's very helpful. Again, examples how you can execute PHP unit just with your central PHP unit XML file. You have the possibility to define a dist XML file, which is for your entire project, or you can have a local PHP unit XML file without this dist file extension, where you can play around with different configurations of PHP unit without touching your project's PHP unit file. And you can, of course, pass a specific PHP unit file for a module, for example. So if you are developing a project, PHP unit tests for your contrib module from your client project, then you can specify the PHP unit configuration for it. And now we go again a step further. We have talked a little bit about code coverage, and now we talk about infection. And infection is a PHP extension. It's a PHP unit extension. It's more like a tool, which is also providing you a web interface, and it tests the effectiveness of a test. This is something which is working since computers are working faster than they have worked 10 years before. And you will experience this when you are executing tests via infection, because they are not so quick. They take much more time than plain PHP unit tests. Infection internally generates tests with crazy data sets, which you haven't probably foreseen. And it's really checking how effective your test set is. Most commonly, you have only tested the happy path. You have tested the perfect case, but infection tells you a lot about your code and how you could stumble into pitfalls. Here we have an example for mutation. So you have a test, but what if any developer modifies your code and modifies this parameter here to an empty array? Your test suite will pass, but actually your test, your code is wrong. You have a bug, and so infection indicates that that you haven't foreseen an important case here, like an empty array. This is the beautiful web interface of infection. Again, the perfect case where every mutant is killed and everything is green. Here you have the filter parameter. So when you really work with infection, you probably like to work with the filter parameter because you see that that infection is slow actually. And when you are filtering your code, then the report looks more like this. You see just one PHP code file, which is executed quite quickly with infection. And you see that you have only achieved 85% effectiveness with your test suite, and there are some edge cases left, which you haven't covered by your tests. Now let's talk about testing Drupal modules independently from one single project instance. You can do this with support from Drupal core with the kernel test base. The kernel test base lets you install some Drupal module, like your Drupal module, and let's say check if the module is installed. But you can do a lot of more stuff with the Drupal core code base. You can use the entity kernel test base, where you have a lot of pre-configuration, pre-installed modules for testing entities, like the user module, the field module, and others. So Drupal is abstractedly installing an instance of Drupal for you, which is very, very small, much smaller than the minimal installation profile, for example, with only the module set which you need and the configuration which you need. And actually, it's some work because you must really think about what my module needs. This entity kernel test base helps you out. You can check your IDE and find usages of this class, and you will find tons of examples in the Drupal core and tons of examples how you can test your Drupal project or Drupal module, actually, which is isolated from one project. But if you like only to test your single project without testing modules which you might like to share across multiple projects or which you would like to contribute on Drupal.org, then I would really recommend the Drupal test traits. They are from Moshe Weitzman, which you probably know because he's the Drush maintainer, and when you're a serious Drupal developer, then you are using Drush, and you know that Moshe is creating awesome software. And with Drupal test traits, you can spin up your Drupal project very quickly, and you can write unit tests based on your real project with your booted database, with all your data, of course. And saves you time writing all this boilerplate work, like defining in kernel test-based tests, which modules should be installed, which configs should be applied. Now you're just actually using a database dump and your composer and everything what's actually running in your client project configuration. Here we have a code example. So we are setting up our Drupal project here based with existing site base. The setup method, which is large in kernel test-based tests, is here rather small. Just the Drupal project is booted, and yeah, here we are getting our container. This will be this Drupal importer service. We will import some news, and afterwards we are just using the entity type manager, getting the node storage and checking if the expected imported news are in our database. So that's happening a lot. Your Drupal is booted, all your functionality exists, and your test code is rather small. So we have talked about PHP unit. It enables you to test complex functionality quickly. Imagine an online shop where you have a checkout process. So you have some complex functionality at the end of your checkout process in your online shop. When you are testing it manually, you must click 10 times, fill out 10 form fields to trigger one specific function. And with PHP unit, you can quickly jump into this functionality and test it without all this manual work in the web browser. Again, it improves code quality. It has this large ecosystem. PHP unit exists since a very long time. It's integrated in Drupal core. So you can check how Drupal core is doing it, how well done Drupal modules are doing it, and you can take all your PHP unit know-how to other Drupal to other PHP projects which are not based on Drupal even, or you can learn that way how to write unit tests and do unit tests in C#. Yeah, it can save you time for bug fixes, and it can give you confidence in refactoring. However, you should really think, how does PHP unit work with my test strategy? If you have a small budget, if your project is not that complex, then you should ask yourself, do I really need PHP unit? Do I really need to test everything manually? Shouldn't I integrate also my client into the project, so the client tests this project too? Yeah, and like every tool which I'm talking about, it has two sides. It has its benefits and the disadvantages. It's PHP unit by default are made for small functions, units. By default, it's not meant for testing real data in databases. If you have a lot of dependencies, if you are not respecting dependency injection, and if you might not really handle dependency injection, then you need a lot of mocking. And yeah, I had a lot of pain with writing tests for code which has never been meant for being tested. So just don't do that. Don't try to write tests for code which is not really testable and was never meant to be tested. It's very hard. And be aware of all this marketing. That there are people in the internet which like to sell you consultancy, and they tell you that you should test everything. Really consider the time amount and try to practice it by yourself. Now let's talk about end-to-end testing in the web browser with Cypress. Like I've shown in the pyramid, it's the top of your testing pyramid. Cypress is only simulating a web browser. Maybe you have worked with Behat in the past. Then you might like Cypress because Cypress is quite new compared to Behat. It has its own browser interface and own UI. So here's an example of Cypress. At the left, we see the test steps, which Cypress has executed. Everything has passed. And on the right, we see simultaneously the output in the web browser. We are creating here a to-do list item with Cypress. And if Cypress is failing at any point, you will immediately see this in your list, and you will see this in the web browser. So you can quickly simulate actions via Cypress. Cypress tests are written in JavaScript, so they are pretty easy to learn. We have this CY object, which offers you a lot of functions, like this visit and get functions here. These tests here are from the Cypress example tests. So just download Cypress, install it. You will get a lot of examples here. It's very nicely documented. And as a developer who has written Behat tests a lot, Cypress is much more nicer and feels much more natural and is easier to configure. You can install it via NPM. NPM is the package manager for JavaScript and TypeScript code, so like Composer for JavaScript. Like I said, real-time feedback, own browser UI, easy integration, no complex setup. It has also disadvantages. It has only a single tab execution. So let's say you develop a WebSocket application and you would like to test something across multiple browser windows, then Cypress isn't supporting this. Cypress is limited to only one single tab. It does not support native mobile apps. It's really for web development, and it's limited to some browsers. It does not support every browser. Okay, then let's talk about leveraging Drupal.org for continuous integration. In the past, and even now, continuous integration in GitLab or Bitbucket is quite costly, depending on what you're doing, of course. But Drupal.org is providing you a platform for continuous integration for Drupal modules for free. And these tests are actually executed quite quick. If you have checked it, then you will see you have GitLab like normally. You have all this testing pipelines, and they will be executed like in your paid project on GitLab.com. We have GitLab templates, so you must not write your own GitLab configuration. You can include GitLab templates, which are maintained and are testing most of the stuff. Actually, most of the tools I have shown to you, like PHP unit tests, like PHP CS and PHP Stan, you get all this for free with the official GitLab templates on Drupal.org. Just include them. And you get a lot of documentation. Here you see the comments for this GitLab CI template is longer than actually the configuration. Still, you can configure it. You can say with which PHP Stan level you need. You can specify your PHP CS configuration. And a nice thing in this GitLab CI templates is that you are not only able to test with the current PHP version, but you can also, or not can, the tests will be executed against the previous and the next PHP version too. So multiple PHP versions will be triggered at the same time. And if you like, you can also extend this GitLab CI configuration and test JavaScript code, like I have done here. I'm executing npm audit, so I'm checking if my JavaScript code has any security issues. Okay, which solution should I use for my project? If I really have a simple project like a business card website, I would only use PHP-CS. And if I would have a client which would like to make me a nuclear plant software with Drupal for him, which I hope that we never get such clients, but we are living in a time of Trump, so maybe it happens, then if you are in this situation, just use every tool you can have, follow this testing pyramid, do 100% code coverage, kill all mutants with infection, go up to level 9 with PHP Stan, make sure you do ignore nothing with PHP Stan and PHP CS, and try to test everything with Cypress, which can be manually tested via the web browser. And good luck that you have a testing strategy which fits. Make sure that you are communicating with your stakeholders and you speak one language. No issues with the nuclear plant software. Okay, so that have been my slides. We have 8 minutes for questions. Feel free to download my presentation. And yeah, do you have any questions?
Hello, it was quite interesting. 2 small questions. Why is there not maybe a PHP Stan bundle package for Drupal? I know there's one for like Laravel and Symfony. Why is there not something that exists for Drupal which would maybe be able to understand like Drupal code more in depth? And secondly, like I know at one point infection testing wasn't really compatible with PHP Stan because it would like things PHP Stan will tell you were not possible. Like the infection testing will tell you like, oh, you haven't tested with these different variables and types. Has this improved since like a few years ago or not?
Okay. You had this a question about the PHP Stan extension. Why do we need to extend PHP Stan? Yeah, Drupal has some Drupalisms, like this module files, the theme files, and they are not automatically discovered by PHP Stan. So that's the reason why we are having this extension from Matt Gleman. So you even can test module files, theme files, and other Drupal file formats with PHP Stan too. Yeah, infection and PHP Stan are different tools. PHP Stan is analyzing your code and with static code analysis. That's why it's called static. And infection is totally different because it extends your unit tests. It's checking how effective your unit tests are. If it's creating data sets and passing them to your methods.
Yeah, but for example, with PHP Stan, you can say that like your array is non-empty. Like you can say if that one of your types, the array is non-empty. And like infection, now I don't know if it's still the case, but it used to be the case that it would still generate an empty array for the test, and then it will tell you, well, your unit test doesn't pass because you didn't cover the empty array case. However, PHP Stan takes care of this because statically it has checked that every single call site, you're not passing an empty array according to your type definition.
Now, PHP Stan is disconnected from your unit tests. PHP Stan does not know anything about your unit tests.
Yeah, I'm well aware of this.
And it goes much beyond this. When you execute PHP Stan, then your CPU does much less work than infection is doing.
Yeah, but this is not the point. The point is that like sometimes an infection test will be created when PHP Stan has already verified that this case cannot happen, and so that you don't need to handle this within your unit tests or within your own code.
Do you know what? This is a thing where PHP Stan and infection might overlap, but there are so many things where infection does stuff which is.
No, and I'm not saying it's not useful. It's just I was wondering if you knew if this sort of like edge cases were improved. Because I know
I don't know if it's improved over the years compared to PHP Stan.
Hi. In your previous slide, you said that for a small business website, you would only use PHP CS, but why wouldn't you use PHP Stan there? Because Stan will give you a better code, and CS will give you just a code with coding standards. So why wouldn't you use the PHP Stan?
Yes, this slide is only demonstrating that you should separate these tools. You might have a little bit more complex website than a business card website where you have some class methods where you can really leverage PHP Stan. But let's say you have a very small client project for NGO or your fishing club where you have 2 or 3 hours for working on it. Then you could use PHP CS. Okay, when you are experienced in PHP Stan and you have a quick setup, then you can also take PHP Stan. But if you have only a half day of capacity, then you shouldn't start writing 100% code coverage testing, right? So you need to think which tool does the job. Here's one more question.
There's a common pattern in Drupal classes where for dependency injection of creating the class with having create method which is called new static to create the class, which PHP Stan, I think at anything higher than level 1 objects to. Is there a good solution or a sort of a good pattern to behave, to make it behave nicely with PHP Stan, other than as somebody says, ignore it?
I'm not sure if I have understood your question. There are many approaches to overcome issues with legacy Drupal code or stuff which cannot be tested with PHP Stan. I approach them by ignoring certain cases. I approach them by going these levels. I work with the baseline too. You can check the PHP Stan configuration from Drupal core and contrib modules. I don't know, does this answer your question?
Not quite, but yeah.
Yeah, we can talk later on more in depth maybe. Just come to me and let's chat.
I think it's just something that PHP Stan has its kind of accepted pattern, and the way Drupal creates classes with dependency injection seems to conflict with that, and I don't know if there's kind of a long-term thinking on an approach to that, or whether it's something we're just going to live with forever.
Yeah, by default, PHP Stan is a little bit academic, and it does not know Drupal. So I recommend to install the package from Matt Gleman, which extends PHP Stan with functionality for Drupal, like discovering this Drupalisms. It has other functionalities too. Maybe you check the GitHub page from PHP Stan, Drupal. Yeah, there are so many developers which are working day by day with PHP Stan and Drupal. So if you have specific issues, then chances are that other developers had issues too. There's one more question.
Hello. I'm very interested when you said that you have been, or you were using Behat, and now use Cypress.
Yes.
In my case, we use Behat a lot.
Yes.
But I think that Cypress is interesting, and I would like to know your experience moving from Behat to Cypress, in the sense if you have many problems or not, or it was a very easy transition from Behat to Cypress.
Behat is a little bit more complicated because you have this Gherkin language, right? You have this Gherkin language, which is for a human-readable language.
Yep.
So the developers of Behat thought, hey, we could create a language where project managers and stakeholders can create tests without developer work, right? So you have this Gherkin style patterns like I visit this page, then I click the button, and so on. I have never seen a project where a project manager has written any tests. So this is totally useless, and it's one layer above the testing code, which we don't need, and we can save time by getting rid of that. The Drupal community has spent a lot of time in working with Behat, and there is a Drupal extension for Behat too, where you have stuffs like creating Drupal nodes, some media entities with Behat. So you can set up your database in the behind, up front, your actual Behat test. So you have strong functionality for Behat tests, right? And you are not limited to one single browser tab. So Behat is very powerful, actually. But you should think maybe this complex database stuff, maybe this complex processing stuff, maybe I can test this more intelligent via unit tests or kernel test base or with a Drupal test traits. Must this be done with Behat? That way you can save time. Have you worked with Behat a lot?
Yeah,
a
lot.
Then and you haven't worked with Cypress yet, right?
No, I have seen it.
Yeah,
but for example,
then you have to go for Cypress. Install it. You will notice it will be so much easier, and the interface is so much nicer.
Yeah, but for example, in our case, we have managed to get some people that are not technical to dig into the tests. Maybe they don't write it, but it's very useful to kill the uncertainty or the things that are not defined, because you can show the test to someone that is not technical and they kind of understand the test. If you show that test in, I don't know, in something that is not Gherkin, they will not understand. So in our case, Gherkin is kind of
So if
useful.
you are able to leverage the Gherkin language, then it's a profit. I can show you. I've written a lot of this Behat tests. I can show you an example. I have created this a module project which you might stumbled upon, permissions by term. And when you check the source code, then you will see Behat tests there. I've written a lot of them, and you see also a folder for context, where we have this background task for setting up our tests, and we have these features. So, and here we have a behead test. At the top, so at the top we are setting up some users, right? And below we have our scenarios, and we are writing our tests in Gherkin language. So this text here, given permission mode is not set. This is Gherkin language, and is provided by context. So I have a PHP class where I have defined what a given permission mode is not set is doing, and it will execute some stuff. In theory, project managers and stakeholders and testers are able to write such tests. It looks that you have a quite large and professional project, because I haven't not ever been in the situation where I could leverage this with my team.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Time's up.
Yeah, so it's done. Thank you.
how to update your Drupal core and Drupal module in your CI/CD. So first of all, we will to present to you. I'm Papa Joe, but my mother called me Jonathan. I'm a PHP engineer at Equino since 5 years ago.
And hello, I am Pascal, also known as Paz. I'm a PHP engineer too at Equino since 1 year and a half. And that's all. Let's go on. We start with a disclaimer. What we present today, it's an approach. It's an approach based on our needs and our processes. It will not fit for each project, every project. We are working on it now, and we are still working on it, so it's not already clean and finished. And as is a beginner talk, we start with a little reminder about why update regularly. It's nice to know. So, Papa Joe,
Exactly.
please,
Yes.
can you?
I will explain why you should update your dependencies regularly. So the first one, it's for security reason, because when you update your application regularly, you prevent some malicious attack or some issue in your application, some security issue. You have also some performance and stability reason, because when you update your Drupal core or Drupal module, you have benefits with some fixed issue and new language functionality, give you some improvement to your application. Some compatibility reason too, because when you don't update your module, when you have to update your Drupal core, if your module is not compatible with a new version, you have to update all your Drupal module at the same time, your Drupal core, and it's not a good a good thing, because it take you a long time to do that. And another one, it's to benefit new feature and give to your user and also developer a new experience and new functionality with your application. So it's a good thing, but when you to do that, you have to simplify the update. You could do that in your CI/CD, and Pascal will explain to you how to do that.
So yes, we see why. Now let's see how it works basically. It's a basic representation of how work an automatic update in CI/CD. So generally we work with a collaborative platform repository like GitLab, GitHub, and this kind of tool allows us to schedule pipelines and trigger some job or actions. So it's where we can run our automatic update service. And this work in this way. It clones your repository. Then it looks in here if there is some package to update. If it found some update, it creates a branch. And then it will push this branch in your repository and create through your platform API. It creates a merge request or pull request, it depends. And it's ready next day with your coffee to review this update automatically. It's very nice. So it's basically how it works. And there is some solution. Papa Joe, can you talk about some solution, please?
Yes. We think about three solutions that exist today. The first one, Violonist, Dependabot, or Renovate. So as we can see, Violonist is focused on PHP environment for PHP dependencies. Dependabot, it's a good choice because he allows us to use some package manager and revision tools, but it's right in Ruby and it's not so practical for us to write in this language because we don't have some skill in it. But Renovate is right in JavaScript and more accessible, and In fact, it's extendable by configuration, and it's a good tool. So with this 3.1, it's a practice we do in Equino since a lot of years ago, and it's really easy to do. Update all your dependencies automatically, but with Drupal, we have a little problem. Pascal, if you want to talk about it.
We said before, after the update, we have our merge request ready, but if we are looking in it, okay, there is no configuration with, for our Drupal modules. It works very fine with other PHP vendors, dependencies, but with Drupal, sometimes you may know the Drupal modules may need some configuration update too. And this doesn't work out of the box with this solution we see just before. So, not a problem. We are here for explain you how we do, how we manage that, and this is a lazy solution. Papa Joe, tell us
yes.
about that.
A lazy solution, but lazy in the good way, because we want to spend our time to some more complex task. So we want to earn some time and don't make this update manually. So some prerequisites are needed to this solution. The first one, and obvious one, it's you have to manage your dependencies with a package manager like Composer, and you have to work with a CI. And your Drupal needs to be installable from scratch, because you have to install it in your CI and automatically, so it's a good start. And if you have some tests, it's a good choice, because it's a guard for you to keep your application still working after those updates. So if you have those, it's a good choice. And if you want, you could have an optional environment to test this upgrade manually, if you want, in a staging or pre-production environment, for example. Well, if you have all of those things, we think about a solution that composed by those three solutions. So the first one is Renovate, to run your update automatically in a CI job. Renovate will create all your merge requests automatically with the update of your Drupal core or module. We use GitLab because it's the versioning tool we use at Equino, and it's the only choice. And Docker to build some a global Docker image that have all dependencies we need to run Renovate in CI and make the job. So in this Docker image, you have some database dependencies or something else that needed by your Drupal to be run automatically in your CI job. Well, when we have all of that, you have your repository with your GitLab or Bitbucket or GitHub. And this repository runs your CI in a schedule pipeline. And this schedule pipeline is composed by some dependencies. So we need to run Drupal for the update and run all commands needed for the configuration. So we need a database, PHP and Composer to install and update your dependencies, but also JavaScript to run Renovate. All of this package is built into a Docker image and could be used in all of our projects and update all dependencies, all our dependencies. And when this job is done, you have some merge requests open automatically in your project repository, and it's a good it's a good thing. So to be more precise,
yeah, we follow with the configuration because we have no image of Docker image, but we need to configure this service, this Renovate service. We will deep dive a little bit more this part now. This is the JavaScript configuration file for the Renovate service in the Docker image. And there is a lot of configuration possible. We have at the bottom of this slide the link to the configuration documentation. And we want to focus only on one configuration from this part, is this allow post-upgrade commands, so large names. This is basically a regular expression list. And there you can declare all the possible commands you want to trigger in your pipeline. You have to be careful, of course, because you don't want to trigger everything in your pipeline, every kind of command. And if it's empty, the default behavior, if it's empty, there is no allowed command in your pipeline. And you can, with this regex, allow some commands. And we detail this. These commands are used, are used in the renovate.json configuration file in our project. So it's a project-specific file. It's created first time Renovate is running, and it's versioned. There is some, it's same thing, a lot of configuration. Renovate is now to allow a lot of customization and configuration. And these parts, we will focus on package rules. Package rules are a list of some behavior you want for a specific update. Here we have an example to, it's a Drupal, for Drupal contributed modules, not core, in a minor and patch versions. And there is one part we will focus is the post-upgrade task. It's the same, it's the other part of the previous file where you will run these commands we declared before, we allowed before. So we will dive a little bit more. There is some blocks. We can see if I control my, okay. The first block, it's funny because we are in a post-job, post-hook, post-upgrade hook. So we have to roll back our update because we will see we need to install Drupal, and then we need to install Drupal with all its configuration, and then so it's this part, and it's this command install Drupal, and then we need to install again our module update to make this diff between database configuration at the install time and after the update to the module updates. So up, we do next. We already finished, almost. You just export you update the database and export the configuration in this last block of comments. And it's done. We need just last thing. It's we need to say to Renovate, please, we create some new files, so the configuration files. Please commit this file too, and we do that in the file filters property in this JSON file. So here we're saying, please in the directory with a glob pattern, in this directory, keep these YAML files. And then we're done with the configuration. We need only to prepare our pipelines. And I speak a lot, so please, Papa Joe.
Yes.
Can you follow?
The pipeline you have to schedule in your CI, it's a simple pipeline, but you have some variable it's needed by Renovate to work, like your repository URL, and some variable for your database services. So this variable it's needed to run, and you can schedule your pipeline every night if you want, or more if you need. And this pipeline trigger a pipeline job. So in our case, just a Renovate job. And this job, it's configured like that. So it's very simple job. Just run your renovate job, and the renovate just do the thing to open your merge request. So that's all. Just a job, and and your dependencies can be updated automatically at the night. So when this rub is done in your GitLab for us, but your revision tool, it's the same thing. You have your merge request open automatically. So in our case, as we use our solution, we have just one merge request, but the first time you could have another one. In this case, you have an update of Drupal meta tag module. This merge request comes with a very good dashboard. This dashboard gives you some information about how the update passes in the night, and you have some action when you can do, like trigger again your job if your CI job failed, because a test or some quality code As we can see, when the merge request is open, in this case, you have some configuration file included in your merge request, and you don't have to do the exportation of this configuration manually in your computer, so it's a really good thing. I know what you think. If the CI job failed because of a test or code quality, I have to go to my CI job to know why it failed, and to find a solution to solve that. But this dashboard comes with a lot of log if the job has failed. So you have all information in that dashboard. So to be we almost all, but we have a lot of information to share with you.
Yeah, it's a pro and cons part, no?
Yes, I can continue a little bit.
Please. Yeah.
So this solution keeps with some risk, because you update automatically, and if you update your package, maybe your application not working after it. So it's very important to have some tests to be sure your application is still working after the update. And you have to take care about breaking change, come with a new major version. So the configuration is really important, and you have to keep this in mind. And like Pascal said before, we have to configure a post-upgrade task with a git stash to install our Drupal without the update. There is an issue in Renovate to allow us to configure a pre-upgrade command to install Drupal before the upgrade of the package, and prevent the git stash command in our CI job. If you have time to contribute, that may be appreciated. And a lot of risks, but it's a very valuable advantages too. You earn some time in your day with this solution, because all your dependencies are updated automatically, and you have to do some fix maybe in the case of a failure job, but you have just to review a merge request and merge it and go to deploy it in all your environment. It's a very good point, and Renovate come with a lot of package manager. So you could, in our case, it's not the case, but you can update also node module or maybe your Docker file. So it's a very good point. And the dashboard of Renovate come with some information really important, and it's a very good thing, because when you open your merge request at the morning, for example, you have all information you need to merge or not your merge request. Maybe
final word?
Can,
yeah. I love to have the last word. So last word, I propose to make a step step back, and because we spoke about how and why update regularly, but the real message is the update. It's a part of our quality processes, and quality it's composed with a lot of building blocks, and it's not only update. Of course, you have to maintain your package and dependencies always updated. It's better, but it's a lot of things. It's team processes, of course. It's a test. We spoke about that before with the previous conference, previous talk. It's maybe static analysis, code standards, lot of things, and we think it's important to automatize all these things, and we need to automatize Drupal update too. And it's an important thing for us, and we hope you agree with that. We are too thinking about how to share this solution in a more out-of-the-box way. It will be very nice, I think, to do it with some simple install. We are not ready for now to share this, but we are here to share our approach, and you can inspire this yourself with this approach. And that's all for now. Last but not least, we want to thank the Drupal Dev Days. Thanks for the organization, all the volunteers. We want to thank our company, Kino, because we are here, because they support us. And some little resources. We have basic documentation, all the link to the projects. We have the issue too for the renovate pre-upgrade task. If you want to contribute, and talk from last year, Drupal Dev Days. It's a very nice talk about CI/CD and all the things you can use in it. That's all. Thank you for your listen.
Thank you.
If you have some question.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Was it just the example of meta tag module update? Is it dependable with the composer? Is it updating modules one by one, or every update's available on a one shot? Sorry.
Can you repeat? No, the sound is not very clear.
The tools, are they updating modules by modules and providing merge requests per update, or all the available updates at one moment?
It depends. The question is, if I understand well, if we can update module by module or make some packages. Yeah, it's possible with Renovate. We get in the package rules we've seen before. We can declare we want to update all, for example, all the core modules in the same times, and it's a rules in Renovate. You can do that, not a problem.
Yeah, thank you for your talk. Really inspiring. We are actually using a quite similar solution as well since a few years and have gained a lot of experience, so we should talk afterwards. One of the benefits that I like to mention that have not been listed on your list is that keeping the modules up to date automatically basically like forces you to have the modules up to date. You're really well prepared for the security update windows on Wednesday. So if your module is basically on the latest release, you can be much more confident to also more or less automatically get your security update in. If you're much behind, a few months behind, good luck to get this update done overnight or in the upcoming days.
Yeah, you're totally right. Security is the main reason for maintain regularly update our dependencies. There is one part, I think, it's the compatibility part of our advantages. It's what we mean with that. It's you are all your dependencies up to date. So tomorrow, if you have a big update or big security, you have not to fight with there is some conflict again, and it's very nice to have all update when you need really it. So thank you for your precision.
Just for precision, in the Renovate configuration, you can configure all minor and patch version, for example, and for all major version, you can make your merge request manually, and you have to test and make some verification before you merge and deploy the update. So it's just a security functionality. You have to keep in mind all major version could come with some breaking change, so you have to keep this thing manually. For us, it's a good practice, but all minor and patch version could be merged in a good workflow and could be work as soon as possible to maintain security and the other reason too. Maybe another question. I think we have time. No. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ethel.
Okay. Okay. Can we start? No reply. I guess it is a yes. So, thanks everyone. Hello, thank you for attending this session about SDC and Form API. Just a quick poll in the audience. Who ever heard of SDC? Who is using SDC? Okay. Who knows the Form API? Ah, thank you. So now we are going to see how they can marry each other. So first, who am I? I'm Florent. I'm using Drupal since almost 14 years. I'm a contributor, and I mainly did the entity share module. Louder? Okay. The entity share module, and since a few years now, I'm very focused on the UI Suite ecosystem. This presentation is not focused on the UI Suite ecosystem, but it has a lot of links with it. Now, what is the current situation? So, you know, Form API has been introduced in Drupal 4. It was many years ago, and it was easy. And it's still kind of easy right now because it is simply nested arrays describing your form structure. You declare it like that, then it is processed, and you have your forms. Also, it is widely used in Drupal with a lot of interfaces expecting this kind of structure returned by methods. Now, next, less than a year later, we have introduction the render API in Drupal 5. It was inspired by the Form API, and also the same stuff. It is arrays, nested arrays, etc., where you declare, you describe how you want your stuff to be rendered. And also the same stuff, it is the expected structure of many return of interfaces. A new one, a new kid in town. Since two years ago, we have the introduction of single directory components inside Drupal core, Drupal 10. Now we can call it the front-dev-friendly render API. Why front-dev-friendly? Because there is no PHP involved, no PHP needed. It is focused on UI components. Reusable, you can make reusable components with that, and it is focused on the tweak templates of what you want to render. It is automatically discoverable with plugins behind it. A render element is provided, only one render element needed, no preprocesses. And so with SDC, we can potentially replace a lot of existing render elements and hook themes inside Drupal core to simplify it. SDC right now, like a lot of you are currently aware of it, it is changing the display building. Why? Because currently in core there is only the API, and you can use it with code, but with stuff like layout builder and UI patterns, you can use it, you have a UI to use it in your configuration and to manipulate it through the UI of Drupal. Experience builder is based on it, using it a lot. And the upcoming UI Suites display builder module is also relying on SDC and UI patterns. So, what are the problems? There are two problems. First problem, using SDC in a form. Quick reminder of how a component is, SDC component is structured. It is made of slots and props. Slots are free areas where you put your data, you put your renderable arrays, so you can, that way you can nest also your components, and every stuff you can do with renderable arrays, you put in 2 slots. Props are type data to put a logic of your UI logic into your template with available variables. For example, here, controlling where the image is displayed, or some heading level. And on the old side, renderables array are made of children and properties. Renderable elements are made of children and properties. So first, the properties with prefix with a hashtag, and it can control some renderable logic. If here, for example, details if it is open or not by default. And then every nested mechanism is based on children which are not prefixed. And the same, it is free renderable stuff. So there is an easy analogy between SDC and classic renderable elements. You can almost map your properties with SDC props and children with SDC slots. Now, really, the focus on this presentation. We can insert right now, without changing anything in Drupal core, we can insert a form inside a component slot. You have your component, and you prepare your form, you build it, and you inject inside the slots. It is rendered, it is processed, you can submit it, etc. Classic. It works perfect. But what it can't do is to mix by using a component inside the form you are building, you are structuring. You can't do that. Here, for example, we have a basic sample text field. Then we use our component. Then inside the component, I want to put part of my form because I want this accordion, because I don't want the standard details of provided or field set provided by Drupal, because UI logic or design. And it does not work. Okay, it is displayed, but when in your validate and submit callback, you will not get the data. Because the form builder, it expects the children, when building the form, to process the elements, and also when doing data submission, without this processing, you will not get the data. So our first proposal is to, in components, render element components, is to get rid of slots, to put children directly at the root level of render element as children. And in the component element, we then parse those children to put it back into the hashtag slots, so that way form is happy, because it can go through your render tree to detect the form elements and to process it. And the component element is happy because it has its data in its slots. But with this change, you still don't get the values in your validate and submit callback because there is a mismatch between what is expected by Form API when you do form state get values, because it is based on parents and names and the automatically generated name. With this manipulation of the arrays, there is a mismatch and you still don't get it. What we propose is to use the name property because by default it is automatically generated by form builder if it's not provided. The default one is generated, okay? But what we propose to explicitly set it, and that way you can retrieve your values. We propose also, it is currently a very proof of concept. In two classes, form builder and form state values tray, we propose a very small change to use this name instead of parents. And that way, you are able to retrieve your submitted data in your validate and submit callbacks. Second problem, so now you can put form inside components, you can put components among your form elements, but next step will be to be able to define your form elements with SDC. Why? Because that way your front dev can be more involved into creating new form elements, new form elements UI to be, for example, if you have some fancy JavaScript library for select list or sliders or what. Currently, form elements, you need PHP classes, so it is not very front developer friendly. So we move also the scope of creating form elements also to the front developers. And also we will have a second problem. It is components. SDC components are stateless, and on the opposite, we have forms which are completely stateful. second point of why it is important, in design systems, around 20% of the components are form elements, and currently they can't be implemented with SDC. So we are missing a big part of design systems and the benefits of it. So our first proposal to make it work. We propose a change in the render pipeline because when we give a look at how it is processed, okay, be able to get the value, we need to have input true somewhere because to have the values processed. And this input true, by default, it is added by element info manager when the form is processed, and if the element implements form element interface. And also it requires a name, which is automatically ID'd by the form builder by default currently. And we propose, so the name, it is automatically, not automatically, but we are already using it, proposing it in the first problem we mentioned earlier. And what we propose is to change component element to be form element, to implement form element interface. It will have no impact of existing components which are purely presentation, but that way we benefit from automatic processing of the existing services and manipulation done by the form API. And from a user, from someone using the components, currently by code, for example, what it means for the user, it is just to add a property name to, and that way component element can recognize that it is a form element and do some processing, because to be able to transmit a little bit of the state to something that is stateless, we propose also to inject a new variable from state, completely random name, to be able to transmit, for example, generated stuff, the name, value required, and maybe other keys later if needed. This variable will be automatically generated, like currently the attributes variable, and for form elements, for form components, it will be available. And that way, it works. Another question we are addressing is in Drupal in general, when you are displaying form elements, you have in fact two templates: the form wrapper, form element.html.twig, which handles the label, errors, messages, the descriptions, and potentially, depending on the form element, also other stuff. And then you have a tiny, very small template, input.html.twig, text area.html.twig, etc., for the proper input. And that way, with SDC component, we propose first to have a wrapper template, which also will print the input tag. But it is still discussion, and maybe I change that it will depend on the design system you are implementing and your needs. What will be the benefits of all those changes? First, in core currently there are 37 form elements. 4 are only applicative, item, language, select, submit, and value. So they are not suitable for SDC because there is no gain to transform it into SDC. There is no need of that. On the opposite side of the spectrum, there is 7 form elements without applicative logic, which are pure presentation, or have processing only for presentation, and those we purely benefit and are easily convertible to SDC. And in the middle, what do we do with other form elements? We propose to put the logic, extract the logic in PHP, which is purely there for presentation, to SDC component, and keep the applicative logic, validation, data validation, manipulation in the PHP class. Second benefit from front dev empowerment.
Previously, with SDC, we have a front dev friendly render API, and now we fill the gap with a front dev friendly form API. No PHP involved because SDC, and still we have the SDC advantages of UI focused and reusable components, and now form components, which can be part of a design system implementation. So if you have modules like I think it was SDC library, or in UI patterns, modules which provide component libraries. Also now your form elements will appear in this library. And so you can make business agnostic stuff which is shareable between your projects. Third benefit, like mentioned previously, with SDC in core, it is mainly the API. There is no UI to manipulate your components, but modules like UI patterns or SDC display or the SDC block. But here in UI Suite, we are focused on UI patterns. On one side, you have all your components, and on the other side, you have plugins in Drupal like block, layout, field formatter, views plugins, and which are used in display builders like structure block layout, the view mods, with or without layout builder in views. And now we feel a missing part. With the form components, we can address also other plugin types like field widgets, web form elements, better expose filters, or other plugins which are using form elements to improve and cover more areas in Drupal, in admin UI, with components, manipulating components in it. So, like I mentioned, currently it is a big POC. No, it is at a POC state, and the POC is like 50 lines of changes in Drupal core, and there is also in the merge request the module which is used to do the illustration, to do the test, and that's it. So core changes is very minimal. You can go in those issues and give a look and share your ideas. We identified a few more steps. Then later, we will have to question about and to see how we will address that. But yeah, you feel free to join the issues and share your opinions and your ideas. Also, yeah, the goal of this session was to make you aware of this gap between forms and SDC, because SDC has been in core since 2 years, and currently there is no traction into filling this gap. Thank you for your attention. I hope you have questions. No questions? One, yes, no? Ah, yeah, thank you.
I can ask something. I mean, for me, the main problem of the form API is the state management.
Mm-hmm.
That the state is in the backend, but we change things in the front, and because of security reason, we need to manage the state. As far as I understood, this is not really addressed in this proposal. It's like a first step in changing form API, but it will not address that, for example, the thing that to change the form using Ajax. Right?
Currently, Ajax is one in our next steps to see how we will be able to handle that.
But do you have a strategy to manage that?
So,
do you have a strategy
currently,
do you have an idea on how to solve that?
Currently, no idea. To be completely honest, I'm very happy that the first few changes make it work a little bit with default stuff. Maybe because the POC has started like 2 months ago, and initially maybe we will not be able to have something that was starting to work. So Ajax later, yeah.
Thank you.
Well. more questions. Thank you for your attention.
So yeah, now it's now it's on, eh? Now it's on. Yeah, now we need to get it together and deliver something.
That's nice. So
yeah.
you're kind of like starting like all the migration and that kind of stuff is part of these efforts, or the thing that Kristen and
That's
Salsa
still
is doing?
that's still to be decided, like what exactly we are going to ship. But there has been, building a leadership team, building project management, release management, appointing people, like creating the proper structure.
And the Salsa people is part of this structure?
They weren't here today because they're in San Francisco. So yeah, but Jamie mentioned Kristen multiple times. The only issue is like, do they still have the bandwidth to also contribute there as well? Yeah, and then the link with the star. Whenever you're ready.
I guess you can give them 1 minute to get in.
Yeah, we need to, we'll probably be focusing on AI with Experience Builder.
That's nice.
If that would work, that would be...
Users are expecting that. Users are not expecting...
drag and drop. They're expecting AI.
Tell me that. And then I arrange the things that you've already built. So yeah, I agree. That's the thing that people is actually expecting. Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure to introduce Christina Chumilias. I'm Dominic from Drop-Solid. We've been very excited about Drupal CMS, aka Starshot. We've been involved. We're also super proud that we're a platinum sponsor for this Dev Days. And yeah, Christina's here. She's going to give us an update on Drupal CMS. What are the new features? What's the process? Like what's going to happen? All the things to look forward to. So yeah, I give it to Christina.
Thank you, Dominic. Okay. Well, for those that you don't know me, I'm the Drupal CMS product design lead now. I used to be like the UX lead, but now with Emma helping out on all the research and all the stuff, we are dividing to conquer more stuff. And I'm also a core front-end framework manager and UX maintainer on the Drupal wall. So that's what I will try to go over today, a little bit of what we tried to define when we defined Drupal CMS. what's the current state, what you can actually find in there when you install it, and also what's coming, which probably is the most exciting part for you. So how many people actually has installed Drupal CMS already? Yay, enough people, perfect. Some of the previous ones, it was like 1 or 2 people in the room, and it was like, great, all the parts are going to be useful for you then. Okay. I'm going to try to start with the vision and a strategy, because a lot of times what I see is a lot of confusion on what is Drupal CMS. Obviously, in here, we are not on the path to get someone that is thinking that Drupal CMS is a fork of Drupal core. But still, there is a lot of confusion on what we're trying to achieve with Drupal CMS. And this introduction, I think it's going to be helpful to see where things are going and why they are going in there. So first, as you all probably know, Drupal CMS was announced in May of last year at DrupalCon Portland, and it was actually launched this past January on the 24th birthday of Drupal, which is nice. Only 4 months passed. And I think it's important in here to put an emphasis on this, because we changed the way that we make decisions, we changed how many people is involved, we changed how do we organize things. And that's actually going to change again, because we are going to rearrange things. But we needed to make a lot of calls from scratch, from something that didn't exist at all. And it seems like, oh, you had 8 months to build that. I can do that in 1 month. It's like, okay, we need to first get to the point on what we want to build, why we want to build it, and how, and who is actually going to build that. So that was a big part of the process at the first months. As you all might know, Drupal CMS is planned to ship at DrupalCon Vienna, hopefully with Experience Builder 1 and more things. But first, let's go a little bit back. So something that happened over these 8 months is that it helped accelerate innovation. So if you have to remember one slide from the whole session, this is the one. And it's like, oh, come on, and I come here to know what Drupal CMS is. No, this is the most important one. The big deal that Drupal CMS has brought into the table, the big change that has happened, it's that. Look at that at the end. Like, I'm not sure how many people has heard, I hate saying that, but how many people has heard Drupal is dying over like 10, 15 months, yeah. That's it. Look at that. That last year, that's changing the things. And the most important note in here is that these are organization credits. What does it mean? It's not like people at their homes working on their weekends. That's companies investing on the product, companies believing on the thing that is going to be built, and it means that it's innovation, sustained innovation, people that it's not working over the weekends. It's like real companies betting for this project. So that's, again, this is the most important slide. And now I can go. That wasn't a good joke, it was really bad. Anyway, so the most important thing to remember for Drupal CMS is that the goal is to be no code. And we are all developers, come on. But yeah, that's the most important thing. The product that we're building is something that should be super easy to use, not by us, by someone else that has to build a website, and it's not going to be a developer. Because what actually people want is not to be waiting for the developer, the IT department, the developer on the team to have some time to work on something, to call an agency to work on the Drupal site that you have because you want to add this small feature. Nowadays, people don't expect that from a website. And that's the thing that we're trying to deliver, is something that people that is actually deciding what the web needs to have is actually able to do as much as they can. So we needed to define the Starshot or the Drupal CMS strategy. And we needed to define which were the target users and which were their problems. Because if we don't know which are the problems that we need to solve, we don't know how to solve them, and we can come up with crazy ideas and really over-engineer things, but first we need to know which problems we're solving and for whom, which capabilities, which knowledge this people is going to have. So first, I think this first step was like really important. This is something that we didn't do at Drupal CMS itself. It was made by the team that was working on Experience Builder, but that was really helpful. It was an analysis of the market based on the price sensitivity, the security needs, and then like different kind of like clients could actually need different things, what they wanted. So basically, from there, this is at the thing that we arrived, and that's super important to understand where Drupal CMS is going. So Drupal CMS is not expecting to build $1 million or $500,000 or euros or whatever you want to put in there. Big projects. We're aiming to way smaller projects, not the small projects like for the restaurant next door or something like that. We're not going to compete with Wix in terms of like scale of projects, but probably on UX, yes. But on the scale of projects, this is what we're looking for. We are targeting mid-market. This mid-market is probably like the higher level for WordPress and some other projects, and that's the real important part. We are not going to the big projects. We have like really specific features that need a developer, an experienced Drupal developer to build the things. This is the things that we're building. And in these markets, if you go, for example, to a non-profit, almost like most of you will have worked on a non-profit project eventually, probably some years ago, because there are not that many big non-profits anymore, or non-profits that can actually pay for a big Drupal event. How many of you, like, if you think about the content types that that's going to need, if you think about which are the features that a non-profit is going to need, a university, for example, if you think about a lot of these projects, they are actually sharing the same structure and the same features. So while we define that, we also define which were our competitors. And as I was saying, we are not aiming to fight Wix. We are not aiming to go with Adobe. We're not going up. We are not going down. We are trying to go for this mid-market where things might, we might have a lot of place for opportunity of growth. So on this Drupal product strategy definition, we did two main specific shifts. We wanted to empower marketing professionals. Without developers, yeah, I know we are developers, but and without using command lines. The thing is that Drupal CMS, the goal is to build these smaller sites, and from there you will be able to go further. But it's the goal, it's the person that you to whom you deliver the site. It's going to have a specific set of skills that shouldn't require coding skills or command line. And as I was saying, extend the presence on this mid-market segment. So these two things are really strategic for understanding why the decisions of that we've thought. Because some of the things that I'm going to show later for you, it's going to be, I don't need that. But remember for whom this is for. What else? So I'm not sure if you know the product strategy. You can search on Google or ask ChatGPT. But it's, we published a huge PDF, but there is made a summary of the whole thing with the most important parts, and you can go and read over that. But like, the goal is that we're going to differentiate from competitors because we're designing the product for marketers, meaning that we're trying to solve the needs of the marketers. We are a growth-oriented approach. That means that we're thinking on, you start from Drupal CMS. And that's the thing that you need maybe right now, maybe in 2 months or maybe in half a year, you may need something way bigger then Drupal CMS is Drupal core once you have installed that, or it's a site template in the future. I'm going to talk about that later. But you start from somewhere. That's already built in, and then you can grow, and you can do any crazy thing as you can do nowadays with Drupal core. Also, AI is going to be really important, and this is what a lot of people is expecting. You talk with any marketer, and they are expecting a lot of generated stuff and a lot of help on doing a lot of stuff. And obviously, a lot of the existing Drupal competitive advantages in several places. So, what is the current state? I guess before going to the current state, it's good to say that there have been some changes on the team itself. Apart from the team that was already there before, as I was saying, Emma is now the UX research lead. It's super important to keep doing research, and I'm going to talk a lot about that a little bit later. But it was necessary to have someone. Emma is an expert. She works at the Edinburgh University, and she has a lot of background, and she's helping out organize all that. And Adam is the lead architect and a committer, and we have 2 new committers, which is really great. And, well, okay, what is actually in Drupal CMS? And the first thing is not the most important thing, I know, but I just love this design, as you can see on the slides. I think it's great. It completely changed the designs that were there before. And it's already showing the fact that we are, right now it's just showing content types. In the future, it's probably going to show site templates or something else. Let's see, we still have to design that. But this look and feel, it completely changes like the quiet, standard, agnostic, and a little bit old installer that we had before. And we made a lot of changes here to make that happen. But let's see, we actually updated the look and feel. We chose Jean. We added the new navigation, and we added the dashboard. And some of the things that we added in here are not by default on Drupal core. Navigation, it's one issue away. So if anybody wants to go and review the issue, it's on need review right now. And it's going to be stable soon. The dashboards, it's actually a module that is on Drupal CMS, but this whole admin UI changes are like backed in Drupal CMS for now. Let's see what happens in core. We've been able to add a lot of functionality that most of the sites usually just install. They just come with that. You actually, as if you install a Drupal site from scratch, a lot of the times, all these things, you're just going to go and enable them. So we've already done that. And so these are some of them. The first time that I saw the list, like there were a few things in here that I didn't know. You will see it like later for the accessibility. It blew my mind. And I didn't know they existed. So if you haven't checked the list of modules that are coming with Drupal CMS, there are really nice enhancements on usability. And seriously, users do care about that if they have to use Drupal for a few hours every day. One of the quick UX wins is the coffee module. It seems like a small thing, but if you're a site builder or share hats, which is one of the target personas or user personas, or actually archetypes that we defined, if you're like creating content types and then going and changing taxonomies or whatever, coffee module really helps. We added also Tagify. I'm not sure if you all know it. It's on Drupal CMS right now. It helped things look a little bit nicer than what it's in core right now. And those small UX improvements are making like the working with Drupal admin interface a little bit smoother. Some other things, and this is like a really good research that happened, and the proposal was amazing. The Claro library, it comes pre-configured with Drupal CMS, and auto-detects additional cookies, and the work that happened here was amazing. Like the group that came together and put that together, they did a great research. So we're still adding several things, like for example, the accessibility tools. This is the one that I was saying before. For If Bloom and Mine, I didn't know that existed in Drupal. And we actually did some user tests a few weeks back. And most of the users, at the beginning, they were like, okay, this red thing in here, it's annoying if they had an error on the HTML. But they could actually get like an explanation of what the things were going wrong on their side. And they could actually go and change things. And this is already built in Drupal CMS, so you can just enable it, and it works. And it's kind of mind-blowing that I didn't know that. And it's worth the time to see and check what it's in Drupal CMS. And for SEO, we also worked on this, testing this SEO stuff. It's also really cool. We found out a few things that could be changed here, but it's really, if the user that is actually editing the node, it's at the bottom of the node, and if the user that is actually editing the node, they have enough knowledge of what is this giving to them, this is making things way, way more simple than actually editing meta tags on the sidebar with this small space that you sometimes have. So I think it's also really a really good improvement. So let's say that Drupal CMS, the 1.0, it would be like the overall outcome from the feedback that we got from people was really positive. And of course, it was like an internal release. It wasn't a release for outside the Drupal community. But both the concept and the things that we were shipping and the feedback that people said of what the projection or like the possibilities that Drupal CMS had were really amazing. It was like the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. So the proof of concept of what Drupal CMS is, we have the 1.0 and it works. But we need to work on making it way better. And we had a lot of community collaboration. It was probably the first time that we had the tracks, the way that we had them. A lot of experts came together. For example, for the accessibility thing, it wasn't one person that built that. It was a team of people, accessibility experts, to put that together. And what we need to work on now is like, okay, we've built this proof of concept, it works. We've put all the things that already are in Drupal, on the Drupal contrib sphere. We've put all them together, but now we need to go one step further and make things even better. So that's really important that we define a roadmap and we strategically plan which are the next important features that we want to coordinate on and work together on building them, not just a few people thinking, oh, I have this great idea and I'll just go on my own company and do the whole thing by my own. So if we think a little bit back on the feedback that we actually get from, or we actually got from the community was good, but we got out of the community, we started like looking on forums and on the internet, what was the opinion of Drupal CMS. And we were super happy with the feedback from the Drupal community, but not everybody thought the same. So the WordPress community were like, cool, they got something together, but how does it work? If I want to install a site, where can I choose a theme? A theme that it's actually nice. Where can I buy the theme? People from the outside, where they were obviously like, cool, good job, now what? So we need to work on differentiate what Drupal CMS is from core, for example, and we also need to define which are these important things, so all these other people actually find it valuable to get this Drupal CMS new project. So we did a lot of user tests. We got a lot of feedback also from the research that we were saying that from what people outside the community was actually saying, which feedback they had. We did research on the AI, the chatbots, the installation workflow. We did a lot of research on like the concept of recipes. Like we have modules, we have recipes, and you would love to hear what people thought about recipes, but also like the content creation workflow. So it was really a opening how things that for us are just given, like for example, recipes. Recipes are just like, of course, something that they are just going to install some things, and configuration, they are just configuration. So we asked for some developer, probably it could be considered site builders, and they were like, what do you think this is going to be? And they were, oh, a recipe. This is actually going to be something that is going to give me one step-by-step things that I will have to do to install something. So they were actually expecting something completely different from this name. So this is actually giving us some clues of where our target persona or their mindset is. And it's quite different or like a little bit far from the Drupal community or like the developers on the Drupal community. So that's really important. So we decided that, like it was obvious, like some UX work needs to happen on Drupal CMS. It was great because we installed a lot of new features, but we still need to put things together to make things easier for users. So one of the big goals that we're going to have on the Drupal CMS team is like trying to be UX driven, meaning that we're not going to decide first the feature and then make it pop. So we are going to try to make sure that we find which are the priorities for the users and then go and build that thing on the right way that makes sense for the final user. So we are trying to call this UX transformation, we could call it. And that's complicated because as you all know, we do have very few designers and UX experts with Drupal experience. You maybe have a lot of designers in your company, but if you try and you ask them to use Drupal, how many of them actually know what Drupal is or create a content type? And that's really complicated because they design our websites, but they don't know. And we have the knowledge right in there, but they are not helping out on Drupal. So we would love to have dedicated specialists who can grow into decision makers, meaning that we would love to have more designers or UX experts or strategists that can actually learn how Drupal works, learn how to contribute, and end up being people that decide things on the Drupal community. It's great that we have a lot of engineers being decision makers, but if we don't have UX people making calls at the end of the day, we're going to have a developer or an engineer tool, the same way that we have nowadays. So what our goal is to build a little bit more of UX and design capacity. We would like to sustain and promote a design group, and promote and sustain a UX testing group and a stable testing group. So we have designers, we need designers, we need our UI designers, we need UX people that can help us with the research and the testing of the things that we have. And we need to improve the tools for designers and researchers. Have you tried asking a designer to upload an image on Drupal.org? Try it. So, and also it would be really helpful if those people that we want to get onboarded have a nice way to get on board on contributing to Drupal. Because you go and say to a colleague, hey, help me out with Drupal, and they were like, yeah, several times I've tried that, and they were like, where do I start? Okay, first, which are the tasks, which is the place, logging on Drupal Slack, yes, I'm there, which is the channel that I need to go. So creating this landing page, it's actually an important step to not have to repeat that, and you just send the link of the landing page and people will know how to start. And contact Emma on Slack. Her username is Emma Horrell also. We have different channels, so we have these regular office hours. We just have one talking again about information architecture and how to change the menus in Drupal. It's been going on, and several people in the room have been trying to do that for several years. But yeah, we're trying to do that again. And this is the profile of people that we're looking. As you can see, we have like user testing things, design things. So if you know someone in your company, if you know someone, a friend of yours that is looking for some trying things, anyway, especially if your company wants to contribute to Drupal CMS, and they don't know where to start, we need designers. We need a lot of designers. So just let us know. Contact us, and we're really happy to get people on board. Droptica a while back added a designer, and the designer, she was like, after a while, she wanted to keep involved. Like she left Droptica, and she stayed involved on the project that we were working because she was so happy with the work that we were doing, and she got involved, and it was meaningful for her. So we're building a team of people that is involved, is interested, and is like really looking forward to make changes. So again, if you know someone, please send them to us. So these are the channels that we're trying to organize ourselves. We created the UX working group because it's a group that we're trying to actually work on things. There's also the UX channel to discuss things, but we are on the UX working group. We want to organize tests. We want to organize designs. So if you, seriously, if you know someone, just send them there. And we also have like a landing page for UX. So send them to us. And I'm going to shut up about UX, but seriously, we need help in here. So if we're saying that we want to get started, we want people to get started easier, faster, get their site like installed faster, and then start from there, it's really important that we analyze what people do after installing. So for example, something that we realized is that on the onboarding steps, it's like, cool, we have a really nice installer, I love it, great. But you actually go and land in Drupal CMS on the dashboard, and maybe you have chosen several content types, maybe you have not, but you're landing here, and then what? If you're a Drupal user, you know perfectly what's the next step. But someone that doesn't know Drupal, it's like, cool, where should I go? Should I actually have some content already created? Which is the first step. So we are working on several things that will make this know what a little bit easier. So we're doing a lot of benchmarking with what are the competitors doing. A lot of them, they are basically shipping with default content. They are actually shipping with a homepage already created, because who is not going to have a homepage? They are shipping with, obviously, content types, but they also have onboarding tools like something similar to a checklist API or things like that. So we need to define all these first next steps to be sure that someone that installs Drupal from scratch know where they can start building things or creating content or make just things that make sense for them. We are also trying to make sure that the documentation is easy not just for developers, but also for other people. The dev setup is not easy to work through. So it's not just about like how do you get in there and then you start building things. It's also like how do you start building? How do you start with Drupal CMS? So it's different things that have to go together. And talking about that, try someone that doesn't have a terminal to use to install Drupal CMS. It was fun to realize about that at the beginning. We thought that just having a default ddef command line would be like helpful or would be easy. or just having the trial on Drupal.org would be easy, but obviously it wasn't enough. So it was a long shot. We said, let's try this. It sounds like a crazy thing, but let's have an installer, a Drupal installer. And we're at the beginning like, oh, come on. Are you seriously like going to? So yeah, we actually, Adam actually created the one for, I'm not sure which one was the first, Windows or the Mac one, but the Mac one is already certified by the Drupal Association. I think the Windows, I'm not sure if it's already done or not, but it's going to be soon. And you can actually download those apps and double click, and you can actually have a Drupal CMS site. And again, I said no more UX, but try that with a Drupal, with a designer. Try them to test Drupal CMS. It's literally impossible. How are they going to install like DDEV and Docker and all the things? Like it's going to take a developer time or their time for a lot of hours. So that made things way easier for Drupal CMS, for the designers that were actually helping out to actually start seeing the thing that they were designing. So that was super helpful. Something that is coming next is the site templates. How many of you have actually heard about the site templates? Wow, there's people that has not. Okay, so one of the main things or the big problems is that you start from scratch from Drupal and you have an empty plate or an empty state, and just creating the content types. You start clicking the first content type on. I know you know the process, but just think about that 1 second. You go to create content type. You go structure, create content type. You create the content type, create the fields. But now you want to see the form that you just created, how it looks like. You go to content and create content. But now you want to actually add meta tags, and you go to configuration. And then you actually go back to structure because you want to add a new field in there. So that's a lot of clicks. And that means a lot of time, and that means a lot of money. So if we create these site templates that have already predefined content types, that have predefined taxonomies, users, features, like let's say that we have a list of a SaaS company, and it's going to have a pricing template or a pricing tool, a pricing table where it shows the different prices of a specific product. If we ship a site template that already has that, what if already has the profiles and the list of profiles? So that will our team members. So that would help a lot, make things way cheaper. Again, SDC, if you have to create the theme from scratch, that's a lot of time. So it goes with the features, it goes with the design and the design system for those specific features. And it also comes with Experience Builder integration and the entity to do all that. So imagine like a marketing site template or something like that. So that's really important to start from somewhere that already makes sense for you or the specific use case that you need. So what these site templates are going to come with is the Drupal CMS. This is not going to be on the 1.0 release, it's going to be on the 2.0 release. It's going to have an SDC-based theme. It's going to have content types with Experience Builder. It's going to have integrations like, I don't know, MailChimp, HubSpot, it depends. It depends on the specific site template that we're going to say. Other features maybe, default content. So we're still defining a lot of these things, but if from there you actually want to go and grow the site to something way more complex, that's the thing that is going to be like the perfect place for a lot of agencies to still make a lot of money after that and still have a place to have a Drupal project to work on. So it means that this is not taking away the Drupal work or the Drupal space. This is actually helping us build faster and cheaper for the client so we can get to these mid-market projects. Because again, we actually define that in terms of money, how much a company can invest on that website. But what if with that money, and we get out of the thinking of like a Drupal site costs X, What if we, for those X, we can actually build more from scratch and then have a better site? So this is the thing that we want to achieve. So those site templates, we are exploring the idea of having this marketplace. That's not decided. Site templates is happening. Marketplace is something that is being explored with the Drupal Association, the Drupal CMS team, and hopefully the ones of you that want to get involved. You can see in there the channel on Drupal Slack. There is already one survey open there, available to participate. There are going to be, like, there's Tiffany already from the Drupal Association. She's already our Palantir. She's already created like a plan. There's going to be several surveys on the way. There are different plans to get people involved. So if you have opinions, go in there. If you want to get involved, please come in there and just let us know, because in there's going to be like a lot of like search for help, like what if you are against some specific things? What if you have a lot of knowledge in terms of like, I don't know, copyrights, or we will need a lot of help in here. So we are discussing, but the goal is to have a marketplace where you will be able to go in there and choose from start, from where to start, and then it's going to be way easier. We are thinking about that could be like the detail on the Drupal.org marketplace. Obviously, those are initial wireframes, and things are still need to be discussed. But well, this is one of the big things that could completely shape or reshape the Drupal community. So it would be great to have the opinion from everyone. So the key achievements from all of these things, Experience Builder, I'm not going to go into this, basically because you already have seen probably several videos or sessions about this. But it's really important that we come up with a roadmap that makes sense to get the Drupal 2.0 and Experience Builder first release on the third quadrimester, it's called in English? Yeah. Quarter, thank you. In Spanish, it's, anyway. So at DrupalCon Vienna, obviously we're going to launch a lot of stuff, but if you want to get involved, let us know, and that's the goal. That's the place that we want to go and make the big ship, and there's going to be hopefully a lot of stuff included. So some of this stuff is the new design system. The new design system is something that I'm not sure if you all know. In November, we open up the call for help, and several companies made several proposals, and we end up working with Media Current. And they are working on a design system that is going to provide these initial site templates. And you can see in here two different designs, but underground, they are exactly the same design system. So what we're working on is on a design system that can have different kind of flavors, and it's going to solve the needs of different site templates with completely different designs. We want to make sure that we make it easier or easy to migrate from wherever you have to Experience Builder. And I don't know, and with an AI that will actually let you choose if you want to, I said AI, no, a UI that is actually going to choose to migrate. Well, maybe AI can help you with that. I don't know. So the goal will be to choose to migrate from one thing to another and make it easier that all the projects adopt, or as many projects as possible adopt Experience Builder, because at the end it's a big shift for the Drupal community. And we are also going to try to have an important investment on migrating to Drupal, like from competitors like WordPress, for example. So if you, like at the beginning, for example, on the installer, you're maybe going to choose which is the site template that you're going to start from. And maybe you want to choose in there, no, I don't want to start from a site template. I want to start from an existing site, for example. And then you might have a helper in here. Do you want to start from a CSV? Do you want to use a URL? So those are ideas that are out there, but this is one of the big things that we want to make sure that it's seamless, the migration to Drupal CMS or to Drupal. AI, there has been a session today. I don't want to go deep onto that, but it's important to prioritize the streams of work that are going to help adoption of Drupal CMS. You can do a lot of crazy things, but if we coordinate the different companies and we do not duplicate efforts, that's the thing that is going to set us up for success, because that's really important. As I was saying at the beginning of the session, you have a lot of innovation happening with companies investing on Drupal CMS, but if everyone just goes on their own direction, it's like, yeah, that's cool, but let's work together. And that's something that a lot of our competitors cannot say. The fact that we have this kind of conferences with different companies actually sit together and coordinate on building the same tool together and share the code, apart from open source, of course, but that's not that easy. And something else that I made a joke, I won't make that joke again, about why multilingual wasn't prioritized initially. Let's say that in Europe we have different languages. And the fact that maybe you want to have your site in only one language, let's say French, for example, right now you cannot choose the language on the installer right now, because it's going to be only English, because there had to be some changes on the installer. And anyway, you can do that on Drupal core, but you cannot do that on Drupal CMS. So we are focusing on trying to get this first use case that we thought that it's going to be just the installer. Let's change a few things there. And it turns that it's Drupal. It's never that easy. So suddenly, this, let's install in French, recipes needed to be in French also, so yeah, Drupal. And this second case, which is you can have English and Spanish, for example, or some other languages, and are they symmetric or not? And we have different cases. We need to decide which is the right approach or the default approach, and then make it easy on the UI to go and define which are the needs for your specific site. And some really cool stuff that is happening is workspaces for content moderation. Basically, workspaces have eaten content moderation. Basically, you're under the hood. Content moderation right now is over. The work that is happening is going to be one workspace, and you don't know that, but you're already on one workspace. And the UI that you're seeing here is publishing the changes to another workspace on Experience Builder. It means that we aim to have this same integration for Experience Builder and Drupal CMS. This is not implemented, or maybe yes, but I don't think so. At least not on Drupal CMS. So those are designs. That's in a screenshot. But the goal is to have the same things that we have, the same features that we have in Experience Builder, have the same on Drupal CMS for the other content types. So we are working together on getting that done. So to finish the session, I think the recap I could say, our goal is to make sure that we get faster to market. And there's a lot of work, obviously, to be done. And we're not forgetting the Drupal strengths, the Drupal core strengths, the strengths that brought us to here. It's important that we keep them, and we keep fighting for having multilingual, having a community, having an accessible tool, but still, we need to make it fast and cheaper to build Drupal sites. So, the positive sentence to finish the session, let's make sure that we build something that people want to use and talk about. Thank you. Yeah, questions? You can ask them on Slack later if you want also.
Yeah, so I had one question because I was a little bit surprised by the target market, like the
marketplace.
Not the pricing range that in the beginning of the slides, between 25,000 and 100,000. Because I always thought that Drupal CMS was kind of the way to get new people also interested in Drupal, but yeah, when I saw the price ranging, I was a little bit surprised. So maybe
As high or low?
yes, because I thought it was also for like beginners, and like if you want to make a site and you start, and it's kind of what I thought was the answer to WordPress, but then you said we're not trying to compete with Wix and those guys.
So we need to be really cautious. The market, the web in general, the web world and the web builders world is changing really fast, and we don't want to compete with Wix. We're not there. We have a great tool, and we want to make sure that we use the strengths that Drupal has. We cannot go to compete with Wix because we are not going to win with Wix. Because first, we need a lot of work to do on the UX side of things, but at the same time, we have the flexibility that we have. If we try just to build a Wix kind of project, how long is Wix going to be around with these AI website builders? So are we sure that we want to get there? I mean, I don't think the Wix is going to disappear in 2 years at all. What I'm saying is that we need to be strategic on which kind of projects we want to pursue. And if we want to pursue projects that the people that is actually building the projects eventually is kind of part of the community, or at least the people, like some part of the community is still part of the Drupal community, we cannot go for someone that is going to go Wix, build, whatever, buy. So it's strategically, it's like, it's not a good idea to just go to the smaller side, because I think you were saying that, right?
Yeah, it was more of the, not per se the smaller side, but just like giving more option to that. What I see is a lot of people have, students, for example, when I want to make a site, what I'm going to do, and then Drupal is like a more barrier than, for example, taking WordPress or going Wix. And I was like, maybe this will change that and give the opportunity to go, Drupal CMS may be the option there.
Well, not sure if I've answered more or less.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
First of all, thank you. My question is about Experience Builder. I know it's not the exact topic, but still. So one of the purposes of further Drupal CMS development is attracting new people, both as users and developers as well. And including of Experience Builder has kind of two opposite directions. One, by adding some React tool, is obviously aiming at new developers which are familiar with React, but also by developing a tool that is so Drupal specific, doesn't it act opposite? Doesn't it detract people?
By Drupal specific, you mean Experience Builder is being really Drupal specific?
Yes, for example, wouldn't it be easier for other people who are not familiar with Drupal, start with something like Gutenberg.js and continue in that direction? Was it considered?
But the person that is going to learn Gutenberg.js will also have to learn that. Or you mean that because they are already in another community? Yes. How many people is actually using Gutenberg.js, or how many people is actually using that, and how many React developers are out there? So the thing is that it's not just about catching WordPress developers. It's about opening the space to not someone that is a specialized Drupal front-end developer. And that the moment that you add more JavaScript capabilities, you're reaching a whole new set of professionals that, and I'm not the main expert here for Experience Builder, but like I can talk on the front-end side of things. And try to find Drupal developers, experience on the front-end, front-end developers on Drupal, and it's going to be really complicated. Try to find React developers or any like JavaScript framework front-end developer. It's going to be easier. So if we are saying that we want to open the tooling that we have, we are going to open to the right place of or the right profiles. And if we are just choosing WordPress, specific Gutenberg, then we are saying it's only going to be WordPress. I understand that it's what you're saying is that Experience Builder, it's like a completely new tool, but it's Drupal, it's a complex tool also. So if we wanted to use all the really good capabilities that has Drupal, and at the same time make it easier to work, we need to structure content. I know that WordPress Gutenberg is adding that eventually, but by the time that it was researched by Lauri and the rest of the team, it was really complex. I thought, what my understanding is that they hit a wall in terms of like structured content and so on. So it's kind of several reasons, not just one single reason.
Hey, thank you for the talk. Very interesting and entertaining. Do you have some success metrics and goals for Drupal CMS?
We started that, but we don't have them published yet. There's obviously like satisfaction. Well, we are planning on building a dashboard, but it's not, like the data is not public yet. We have like the data that is also coming from the trial experience to also see which are the first things or the things like the main actions that people do when they are trying that out. But we haven't like defined the specific quantitative and qualitative numbers or data that we want to, so okay. Not public yet.
I have a couple of friends that are UX experts and they are unemployed. How should I convince them? Exposure? Or
I can't
telling them about the community?
Yeah, I was going to say my rent is not paid by exposure. I can assure you that. Okay. But that's a really good way to do networking. Like several people from the community that were working on UX stuff got like in contact with a lot of like companies. If you have like look at Emma is like speaking at every DrupalCon. She recently was at I keep saying Portland, in Atlanta. So it's a really good way to, she's now in contact with UX people from different UX departments, from different from different universities. It means that it's not just about exposure, which it is, but it's also you get to speak at events, so on your curriculum or resume, that's important. You get to get in contact with other people from your profile from UX, so I don't know. I need to work a little bit better on the selling points, I guess. All right. Well, yeah, that's it. Okay. Thanks, everybody.